Hello and welcome to the stream, to podcast stream, um, discussional stream thingy number 17. And let me unmute Lothar here because I'm not alone. Hi Lothar.
Hi everyone. Hi Triton.
So the topic, yeah, sorry, I have two PCs, two mice, and it's kind of weird setup. And Lothar is on the one PC, I'm on the other, and my mic is. Never mind. So, topic today are the Game Awards, and let me actually close this here. The Game Awards 2020 and the Steam Awards. And Lothar wanted to decide with what we are starting.
Shit. Where it is? Did I delete it? I think not. Heads or tails?
Heads.
Yeah, okay, I deleted this app. So what you think? Well, we have Game Awards, so let's start with them.
Yeah, I guess. Okay, so let me open our script. And yes, we're kind of prepared here. Okay, so we are gonna start with actually we are going down the list and the line exactly how the awards have been going on. So the first was best score and music.
And basically, it's a pre-show.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, they have several nominations in pre-show, and right now we're starting with what they announced in pre-show.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I
Moments
didn't.
of silence before everything started in this video. Why?
Yeah, Lothar here was the one checking the videos and the awards, so thanks, Lothar. And he liked it really a lot, obviously.
Yeah,
It was totally enjoyable to
I
watch.
can't think I'd like it so much.
So yeah, it was the first digital Game Awards as well. I just clicked
Digital
through.
only.
Yeah, digital only. So I clicked through a little bit, so it was definitely different. And yeah, watching
A lot more
somebody.
ads, but what I can say this time is fake applauses sounds really natural.
Okay. Yeah, that's the thing. You're moderating something and you're talking to an audience and you know thousands of people are watching that and you don't get any response. That's so weird. I mean,
Well, I mean, this time this sounds natural and not like, yeah, whatever, and kind of lazy clapping and crowd on the sound bar, like, yeah!
so it's less than this.
More convincing, said than the last year.
Wait a second, why did I not hear that? Oh, I know why I didn't hear that. Ha! Reminds me. My bot is not running. No cheers for us. Also no legendary and stuff. All right. Actually, I need to turn this over here. So. All right. So best score and music. The nominees: Doom Eternal, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Hades, Ori and the Will of the Wisps, and that
And that's it.
was it basically. Um,
So, who do you think out of this one or not one that included would take this award, in your opinion?
I really from those named, um, they're different but both pretty good. Doom and Hades But for me personally, Doom fits just perfectly for that action. So the Doom
Yeah,
soundtrack
it's
is
true.
pretty nice. So and I don't know Ori. I didn't really play that one. I only played the first one, and I also didn't play the Final Fantasy remake. But I know the music from the original. Um, but now for me personally, it would be Doom.
Yeah, I know the music from the original, and I also heard some of the tracks for ROM Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Hmm.
Still, it's strange to call it Final Fantasy VII because it's not full game.
Mm. Yeah,
So yeah,
that's
I know how sound Final Fantasy VII Remake, and yeah, it's definitely impressive. But when we're talking about Doom, how they did it with Doom 2016 and basically repeated it here,
mm,
it's definitely a lot more fitting than well, most of the soundtracks. For Doom, soundtrack is basically a gameplay. The soundtrack always intensifies the more stuff is happening on the screen.
yeah, exactly. And it fits. It fits in every moment. I mean, I played Eternal, so I didn't finish it or anything, but I played it for a few hours, and it's when the action is going, and I'm not the biggest fan of hard rock or metal or whatever, but in that game it's just like yeah, you know, it's with
Yeah, I
that
know what you're talking about.
with that music you're kind of, I don't know, you feel like Arnold or so. So yeah,
Uh,
what would be your winner out of those?
Persona 4.
Was that nominated?
Nope.
See?
And basically, and basically, if we're talking about Persona 4, I know that it's kind of cheating because this is a re-release of PlayStation Vita copy that was posted from PlayStation 2, but still, Persona 4 soundtrack is something that I have it on CD because I have Persona 4 on DVD, but still,
Hmm,
Persona 4 soundtrack, I had it in my library, and also as Persona 3 soundtrack. And yeah, I'm also hearing some of Persona 5 music as well. So yeah, for me, it's basically Persona 4.
hmm.
But
Yeah.
yeah, on the second place, basically Doom,
Hmm,
because it's closer to current year and it's not release.
hmm. All right. Should we go to the next category directly?
We didn't name the winner.
Oh yeah, the winner was Final Fantasy.
Let's just say it's not a bad choice, but yeah, definitely Doom integrated soundtrack better than most of the games.
Hmm. Yeah, it's in Doom and in Hades it's kind of like that. I didn't yeah, I played Hades more than Doom, I think. Anyway, but in Doom it's yeah, like it's fully integrated. It's not like you're listening to a song and the song ends and then you have some ambient noise or something. No, the music is kind of playing all the time. And yeah, like I said earlier, the more shit is going on, the more is the music intensifying. And so the from an integration point of view, Doom is definitely awesome. You cannot really say when a song starts and when another song ends or so.
Yeah, because of a lot of those quiet moments when you basically almost not hear the music, but you can hear that something back then is happening.
Hmm.
So yeah, next nominations, I guess.
All right. Next is Best Action Adventure. Um, what was that written action adventure?
It was written action slash adventure, not
Oh,
action.
okay, okay, okay. Okay,
I
so
don't know why they used to like that.
the nominees: Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Ghost of Tsushima, Miles Morales, so Spider-Man,
Well, Marvel Spider-Man and Miles Morales, so it was too long for me.
mm. Ori and the Will of the Wisps, Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, and yeah. uh, I, about Assassin's Creed, I hear one side who is really happy about it and really likes it, and I hear another side who is like, meh. So I have no idea about how to judge it. I was kinda looking forward to it, but then I saw and read some negative reviews. I was like, okay.
Well, let's just say I'll start with my perspective about Assassin's Creed, and I'm not going to return to Assassin's Creed at all during this show. So I really like pink Drakkar with unicorn head. That's all.
Okay. Yeah, I cannot really judge about it, so. But it's not, since I read the negative reviews, it's not on my wish list or anything anymore, so. I was also not interested in Odyssey, but okay. Um, Ghost of Tsushima, I know it, but it's that's a PlayStation exclusive, right?
Yeah, it's PlayStation exclusive and one of the Souls-like games.
Yeah, and it looks nice, the setting is nice and all, but yeah, I don't know it. Miles Morales, I know from Omega's stream. He was playing it, and that looks really, really good, and seems to be a lot of fun. He enjoyed it a lot. I think he's playing it the second or third time already. And you have Spider
Well,
Cat included. Um, Ori, yeah, no idea. And Star Wars is on my list, but yeah, I will get it one day.
well, Miles Morales, Spider-Man, Miles Morales. Oh, you get it. It's definitely more of the same that used to be the last year with Marvel's Spider-Man. So far, it's well, even developer not treated as a full-fledged game. But yeah, definitely what they make it good because Foundation was good already, and the Foundation is the last year Spider-Man or the previous year.
Mm,
Yeah, and Foundation is Spider-Man that was already really good. All they need is change tweak something and make a cat companion.
mm.
Or in the Will of the Wisps. Well, yeah, I'm from the second hand familiar with Ori, but not from the first hand. I don't know what they changed, but yeah.
The thing that I don't like with that category, it
Mhm.
should be split in 3D and 2D.
We actually have that much games, so to have best action, best adventure, and best action adventure,
No,
and
but
actually and split action adventure into 2D and 3D.
yeah, but you could when you call Ori and the Will of the Wisps, which is a Metroidvania, an action adventure,
Yeah,
then you have to integrate a handful of other similar Metroidvanias that I also played in the past that integrate a lot of story and RPG elements and stuff like that. So there would be definitely enough games to have their own 2D action adventure category.
yeah.
So I'm Ori for me, even though it might be a good game, but for me it doesn't fit in that category in that moment when you only have third-person games in there. So
You mean 3D with? Okay, okay, I get it.
yeah, I mean it's it's
Uh,
it's 2.5D, but it's still a two-dimensional platformer basically. And
oh yeah,
so, but for me personally, um, Yeah, I don't even know.
No, it feels wrong to have this small indie game compared to Assassin's Creed, Ghost, Spider-Man, Star Wars, and
Mm.
that's all.
Yeah, but you could integrate Hades in that category as well then as an action adventure, kinda.
Yeah, that's actually true.
So
It's not really an RPG, but basically an action adventure, and it's definitely a good one.
yeah, story is fun, the writing is fun, and I'm definitely continuing to play that. And speedrun is around 40 minutes or so.
Shit. So Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. Well, all I can say is Rip Visceral.
Yeah, was it the last game or what?
No, they didn't even finish their Star Wars games.
Oh, that was the third. Was
They
it
was
30?
closed.
Was it 1313 that was announced years ago? Was that the one that they
Yeah,
worked on?
uh, some unnamed project with just a code or something like that.
Yeah, I've seen pictures and so from that. So, yeah, some ideas have been integrated in Fallen Order actually.
Yeah, I
But yeah,
know, and that's also pissing me off. I'm not sure that Visceral would make a perfect game or at least a
I mean
a good game.
they used to
Yeah,
be good, you know, but
yeah,
many.
they used to be good, but it's basically Dead Space 1 with problem with mouse acceleration. Dead Space 2 when you already can see AI hands all over it. And Dead Space 3 was basically is bad.
Are you trying to motivate me to play that game?
I told you that this game is bad. I never said that this game is good.
Yeah, I know. Okay, but from that list, the game that I would like to play the most at the moment would be Ghost of Tsushima, because of the setting and style and stuff.
Yeah, I'm also interested to see about Mongolian invasion to Japan, but yeah, PlayStation 4 and all.
Yeah, that's the thing. So, who won?
Uh, but I would pick from this list. Uh, I'd say Spider-Man.
Yeah, that would definitely be
Easy to
my
pick
next.
up, easy to easy to pick up, fun time, and so on and so forth.
Mm. And it's sometimes I like when a game is not even if it's kind of open world. Sometimes I like when I have a game that is not 200 hours long to see everything.
Yeah,
So it's something
even
around 20-ish, 30 hours or so.
even though that I still think that it's mostly an add-on to Marvel Spider-Man, but I do remember that I had a lot of memories with Spider-Man 1 and Spider-Man 2 on PlayStation, and
They should release Miles Morales for PC maybe. There isn't really a good Spider-Man game out lately. The last good ones have been on consoles.
the last good one on PC was Ultimate Spider-Man.
Yeah, that's been a while.
Yeah,
It's been
a
a few
while.
years.
15 years ago or something like that.
Yeah, that is a while, isn't
Yeah. Ah,
it? So there was no winner for that.
yeah.
Why
Also, spoiler, we're going to have several categories where there is no winner.
why was there no winner?
That why.
So nobody chose anybody. so so they just had nominated games, but nobody decided about who's what the fuck? Really? That's
No,
why.
no, 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 no. We talked about that.
Yeah, but yeah, but people.
Yeah, let's just say that at least my opinion doesn't correlate with Game Awards opinion, and I refuse to name that thing. So yeah, basically no winner.
Okay. Moving on. um, best family game. Interesting category. Um,
Definitely is because this category was well, like in last year, it's also dominated by Nintendo.
look at your typo, please.
Fine. I think I created a new game.
Oh my god! Also, I had to read twice. I was like, no, okay, I get it. Okay, so the nominees: Animal Crossing: New Horizons, Crash Bandicoot 4: It's About Time, Fall Guys: Ultimate Knockout, Mario Kart Live Home Circuit, Minecraft Dungeons, and the new game Paper no Paper Mario: The Origami King. So yeah, they could have named it Best Nintendo Game.
Well, if not it's not for Fall Guys and Crash Bandicoot.
Yeah, okay. Isn't Fall Guys out on the Switch? That would be a perfect Switch game, wouldn't it?
I'm not sure. It's basically well, yeah. If you think about it, it's kind of perfect Switch game, but I'm not seeing it as a perfect family game.
It's more to divide families, maybe. It depends.
Yeah,
It depends, but
yeah. This game is on Switch.
yeah, okay, yeah. I thought it is out on all consoles and everywhere. So yeah, it's only Crash basically that's on the PlayStation, but the rest is all out on the
Uh,
Switch.
Crash. Oh yeah, it's Crash 4. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's not the remake. The remake is out on PC and all.
You know,
Yeah,
I'm kind of surprised for Crash as well. This game doesn't have a two-player mode. At least the first three that didn't have this one. If
yeah,
we're
that's
talking about Crash Bandicoot kart racing, yes, maybe, but four?
that's the thing. What was their intention or their idea about being a family game? A kid-friendly game or a game that you can play with your whole family? Because then I'm missing something like Jackbox that came out in a new version last year. Jackbox
Yeah, true.
party games that came out in a new version that is meant for more player, and you only need a PC and a phone. One needs a PC and the others only need phones, so you can play with I think up to 10 players depending on the game. So, hmm, yeah, hmm. So family for me would personally be something that I can play with my family next to me on the couch. So should be all
Well,
local co-op, right? Local multiplayer. And if it's not a Switch game, because you can sit with your family and everybody has a Switch in their hand and play in the same room, still play the same game. If you,
you mean Joy-Con or controller? Several Switches in one household.
yeah, sure, why not? I mean, some games are online games only, so
Yeah,
you need others. And to make it a family thing, and in some families, yeah, sure. I guess if you have two kids, you have to switch and stuff like that, you know. So, but yeah,
yeah, those little things will share it. I shared with my brothers NES and PlayStation and basically PC for the most of my life. So those little things
yeah,
will share it as well.
I know. But okay, Mario Kart Live. is I don't know, is that an online only game? That sounds not like
It
local.
shouldn't. It should be also local co.
But yeah, for me personally, from all those games, the most family game would be Mario Kart for me because you sit on the couch and play against three others normally with four-player split screen and stuff like that. Paper
Yeah, there
Mario.
is a local co-op in Mario Kart.
Yeah, so for me personally, when it comes to local co-op, it would definitely be Mario Kart, and online would be Fall Guys.
I don't know. Fall Guys for me, it's definitely an odd choice because,
Yeah,
as I said, it's most likely some kind of battle royale without direct killing.
it is a battle royale. Yeah, sure. Um, it has a co-op
You can't
aspect as
have
well.
a control environment in that game.
Yeah, that's true. But that might change in the future eventually with hosted games when you can host your own games. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
maybe.
They they talked about that as far as I know. But the
Yeah,
thing is, you
they
can
about that.
actually team up and go in a squad with up to four people. So you could play with your family together and help each other out. So not just play against each other, but also play with each other. That's also kind of the point of Animal Crossing, to play it with other people and help each other and socialize, and so yeah.
You see, I'm not have no problem with Animal Crossing. My problem is definitely with Fall Guys, because as far as I know, if it's basically like any other battleground, so if a person was knocked out from the party, the rest of the party will go without that person.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm not sure if a little kid would be knocked out of the party and grown-ups will be shit. We
Yeah,
must leave the game
yeah,
fast.
that's the thing. So
So definitely Fall Guys doesn't count for me. Animal Crossing, yes, that makes sense
mm,
in that regards. Yeah, but yeah, I'd say mostly Mario Kart and mm, Mario Kart, and on the second place is Mario Animal Crossing.
mm, yeah, so who won?
Animal Crossing.
Yeah, yeah, that game just, it had a huge hype before, and as far as I know from people who played, and I know a handful of people who played, it's a pretty good game. So I would go nuts with the singing and stuff in the game, because that, oh, the voices and the in quotes language they use, who can be really annoying. I heard one song, three of those characters singing something. Oh my god! No, not mine. All right.
English Strike Back.
Yeah. All right. Next category: best community support. Apex Legends, Destiny 2, Fall Guys, Fortnite. Why is No Man's Sky and Valorant? So, best community support from the developer, or what exactly did they mean with that?
Um, Best support from the community to developer.
Okay, okay. So basically, who, whose game, or which game got the best and most active and helpful community and stuff like that?
I'd say which game has more religious fanatics.
Okay. Hmm. Apex, I kind of want to play that since what, 2 years now?
Yeah, basically, you told me about that game, and I was like, nah.
I have a bunch of skins and stuff, and I don't know. I played it for one round or so. It looks really great and runs really nicely, but I think my competitive multiplayer times are kinda, I don't know. I want something like Doom one against one or everybody against everybody like in Quake. Okay, but or those battle royale like okay, that's not a battle royale, so that's different. But
It is battle royale. Yeah,
mm,
it's squad-based battle royale, so yeah, it's battle royale.
is it a battle royale? You play with 3 people in a squad?
Yeah, it has shrinking zone, it has uh, lootable weapons, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, so Destiny, yeah, Destiny definitely has a
This
crazy
definitely
community.
crazy, but more crazy than that that they actually survive the transition for the first years of Destiny when it was under Activision.
Mm.
That would surprise me at all.
Yeah, and the I mean it's still getting freaking support and updates, new content and add-ons and whatnot, so it gets great
Well, it
support
wasn't.
from the developer as well for years already. Um,
Yeah.
what I don't like is the microtransaction bullshit that was also included already when it was paid, and I got it from a bundle. Yeah, I got it from Humble Bundle, so I had the paid version before the free version came out, and in a full price game, I'm really not a fan of microtransactions and shit that is locked behind it. Like, oh, you want to have that? Yeah. See, over there we have a special in-game currency, but you cannot get it with playing. You have to pay again. Ah, sorry, but yeah. So not a fan of
Well,
that.
the most thing that I don't like about Destiny 2 is seasonal model. You paid for one season, that's great. 6 months later, give us money again.
And that's what
And it's
they
not like those things cheaps.
that's what they kinda use as argument for Borderlands 3, I guess. Because yeah, at least some people they were like, yeah, but a season, why shouldn't there be a second season pass when the game is supported a second year and stuff like that? And I'm like, Borderlands is
Why?
Borderlands is a single player game with co-op content or co-op capabilities, but in
It's
its
not like they're adding freaking new boss. I mean, it's not like they're adding new mass online events with a lot of free drops.
yeah, new
They
building,
have.
new dungeon, new I don't know, like the Division, for example, and the year one passes for the Division and for Rainbow Six, for example. Yeah, you can get them, but you don't need to. So you
Also,
you miss out on a little bit of content, but
yeah. Also, if we're talking about stuff like Destiny 2, then we're basically saying that you must pay for most recent season. When season is getting old, stuff either getting away from taken away from the game or integrated in the base game.
mm, yeah, that's
Yeah, but mostly it's not available.
yeah, the division normally gives you part of what is integrated if you don't buy it, and the special skins and um, the stuff that is special to that edition can normally be achieved through drops with loot boxes if you're lucky. So there are chances to get that content another way, but they're obviously lower. But yeah,
Hmm.
it's not like they ask for $20 or $30 or so every single time. But it's optional, so there's so much content. But yeah, it's a bit different because that's a game as a service.
No Man's
Anyway,
Sky, I'm not going to qualify it because it's No Man's Sky. It's basically a game in development.
Yeah, the thing with the community of No Man's Sky, as far as I know, and from what I read and stuff, they're kinda, sorry, delusional. I mean, they're praising that game for, oh, we get nice updates, and no, you get the content that was praised to be in there 4 years ago when the game was released. Sorry, it's the fifth year now, so all they do is just give the people they who paid for the game what they paid for years ago. So praising them for that is just like, why are you praising them? You can say thank you that you finally continue to put the content in the game that you told us years ago. Um, but praising them? Uh, No, that's the fucking
Again,
job.
again,
So
I can only clap in my hands when I see that they still working on that game, but
yeah, sure.
they basically developing it.
Yeah. I mean, that just shows how much too soon they released the game, since they're still not done with it. Cyberpunk?
Yeah.
Um, but the thing
Uh,
is, they didn't produce one game like that before. The stuff they made before, I think, were only mobile games or something like that, smaller stuff. And then they come out with an ambitious game like No Man's Sky, which was completely out of this world what they wanted to do with it. But
yeah, they
yeah,
basically promised to leave.
yeah, they're an indie developer, so if they fail, yeah, okay, yeah, they were too ambitious, but they're still there and they try. But if somebody like CD Projekt Red fails, like they did with Cyberpunk mostly, um, that's a different story. So yeah, great job for No Man's Sky's continued support. Um, but praising them, yeah, I don't know. It's they just deliver what they had to deliver on day one. But yeah, anyway, Fortnite, yeah, they're crazy as well. Oh, hey,
Um,
Tapalot, hi.
Hi, Zapo.
No Man's Sky was
I
like
can't
in
pronounce.
official crowdfunding. Yeah, basically, yeah. You basically paid for an early access game that is still in development now, and if there would have been early access stamp on it on release day, nobody would have minded, but it wasn't. Cyberpunk, same. Put put an early access stamp on it, and everything's fine.
Yeah, definitely. Early access is definitely what's needed for Cyberpunk at this moment.
Yeah, that would be that would also be the right thing to do at this moment to say, okay, we failed, we accept and see that we failed, so yeah, let's call it what it is. It is still in development. So, but anyway, Cyberpunk is not in this list. So,
So best community support. I've heard about Valorant's community, but mostly that Valorant bought this community with early access keys, and when the game was released, community like poof. That's what I heard about its community.
I wanted to play it. I mean, I had it installed. I think there was a tutorial, so I tried it at least. Yeah, it's basically like Counter-Strike with some special attacks and things. It's like Counter-Strike mixed with Overwatch, basically. Looks nice.
Played this game. I played some free Korean shooters that have basically the same promise.
Mm, yeah, but I don't know. The competitive multiplayer market is not easy to really stay in as a smaller developer. Um, Valorant is from Valorant was from uh
Ain't it from a big developer?
Yeah, Valorant isn't Valorant from League of Legends developer?
Yes, Riot Games.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, so they know what they do, but yeah, it's one thing to go from a MOBA top-down game to an FPS game. Um, I'm not sure. Maybe it needs more tournaments or something. But I'm also not that much
I don't
into.
think that tournaments will
I mean, that's how
fix the.
League gets pushed a lot, at least in Asia, with tons of tournaments and prize money and stuff. But yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know. Since I'm not that much into all the competitive esports stuff anymore, and most of those games are esport kind of games, besides No Man's Sky and yeah, even
I'd
Destiny.
say Fortnite, but I would be wrong. Okay, so can you pick a better community?
What, that the one where your cursor is standing right now?
No, I mean, can you pick a better community? Not with. Oh yeah, it's bit. Wait a second. Destiny and No Man's Sky not from this year, as well as Fortnite. So yeah, can you pick a better community
Yeah,
or better community support?
the it's not related to when the year came out, I think. So, but yeah, a game with a better community support. Um, um, they're all not multiplayer games, not directly, which those games are basically are. Even No Man's Sky is multiplayer now.
Yeah,
Um, yeah, several.
just a pick.
One pick would be, for example, Terraria, and another one would be Dead Cells. I know that both
Hey, Terraria
communities.
is kind of qualified.
Hmm?
It has multiplayer.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, those communities I know are great, and they're also getting great support from the developers. So, um, and those are games that I know. And Fall Guys,
So
I
yeah,
want to get it. I definitely want to get it. Not sure if I will, but yeah, that's a game. Um, I know there's a huge community and there's a ton going on with that. So that
eh,
would be my pick in that case. So
in my case, I'm just going to pick Terraria because yeah, all those updates and stuff.
but Terraria is not in the list.
Yeah, so that's why I'm picking it.
Okay, winner. Winner was Fall Guys, obviously. All right. So, games that Lothar knows all. He knows all about the games in the next category.
Yeah,
So,
I'm the expert on each and every one.
best debut game. So, first studio release, basically. The nominees: Carry On, Mortal Shell, Phasmophobia. Oh my god, I hate the name of that. Raji, an ancient epic, and Rookie. So I know all the games, and besides Phasmophobia, which I didn't play really yet, I played them all. I finished Carry On actually on stream.
Hmm.
Um, they're all pretty different. Um, so Carry On is a pixel style 2D game where you are um, an alien life form and you need to um, do puzzles, um, kill people. It's really gory, but also,
Wait, I remembered Carry On.
yeah, you have
I have it wish listed.
with the tentacles and stuff, and you have to climb through vents and stuff like that. That's pretty fun. Mortal Shell is a so-called Souls-like um, third-person action RPG basically. And the model shell means that um, it has more meanings, but you're basically kinda dead, and your soul is in another body, the model shell, and you can harden your body. That means it's basically like a like a special kind of armor. So um, like blocking is making your body become like stone, and you can take one or two hits in that state, and it is a big part of how you play the game. So you can still dodge and evade and stuff, but you can attack, and while you attack, harden yourself and do more damage. It's a bit weird. It's not a bad game though. I could actually play that for 2 hours. I didn't continue because I did not know where I had to go. I was just lost. I
Really?
died I died over and over, and I could kill enemies even though it's hard. It's really like Dark Souls. So it's a pretty hard game. Um, but I failed because I didn't know where to go. I killed 10 people, then I died and had to kill them all again and still didn't know where to go. So that was my problem. I was just lost in the game. So I might pick it up again. Phasmophobia is a co-op game where you try to find ghosts in houses. One player can be outside in a truck and tell the others if he sees something on a camera or something moving or things like that. Can be played with or without VR and at the same time. So um, I can play in VR and you could play without VR, but it's the same game basically. Um, Raji is a Diablo-like game, when you remember that right. We had that as a sponsor for 12 days of Indie, the charity
Mm.
event. And Röki is a third-person um, action platform adventure kind of game, like the kind like Banjo-Kazooie, Zelda, Breath of the Wild, stuff like
No,
that.
basically collector phone.
Yeah, so that's a game from Finland, I think. Finland or Norway or something like that. So yeah, all really, really nice first time games. So what would be your pick from those, since you know them all?
I'd say carry on because I really like the aesthetics and that you're basically playing a monster in a single player game.
Mm,
Something that you not see that often.
yeah, that's true. Um, hmm, they're all pretty good games for the first games those developers made. So I really
No, I
enjoyed.
think
Hmm?
mhm.
Yeah, what?
I think they measured the success on amount of media attention that the game got, like Twitch streams, YouTube video, and something like that.
Yeah, yeah, that explains the winner. Um, so yeah, the winner is definitely the game that was played the most on Twitch. You, yeah, and still is. So um, yeah, it depends. I mean, for me personally, I would say either Mortal Shell or Raji. I have to look up. But actually, that's what we wanted to do, right? When we talk about the games that are on Steam as
Yeah,
well. So let me look up Raji. I know I have that wishlisted. No, no? Did I forgot
there
to
is no
wishlist
Raji
it?
or you didn't wishlist it. And for Cyberpunk.
So yeah, like I said, it wasn't too far off. It's a bit like yeah, Diablo, I would say, kinda in that direction, at least from the looks and the way it's played. So It's basically an isometric game. Rookie is on my wish list. And might even open at one point.
Well, at least it's not black screening, like you said.
Yeah, no, I fixed it. I fixed it. But I have a yellow frame around Steam now because it's using the graphics capture from Windows or something. So you play a girl in this game. I like the art style of the game. It's
Yeah, definitely.
really clean and nice colors.
And you're wearing red thing. Basically, you're always a red blob on white. You can't miss yourself.
Yeah, Carry On. Oh wait, it's with 2 R's, right? Yeah. Says I have it wishlisted, but I played it with Game Pass. So this is basically what you are. You're a tentacle monster. Let's play the trailer that explains it a bit better, maybe. And yeah, it's really gory, but it's also really a lot of fun. And you also use a lot of physics in the game, so you can pick up objects and just throw them in the direction of an enemy. So yeah, pretty cool game. Wait, need the script. The other was Mortal Shell. Not wishlisted because I have it in Epic. I got it as a review key. Looks great. I like the style and the aesthetics of the game. Yeah, it says release date 2021, but it was released last year on Epic. It's an
Yeah,
Epic.
okay, so basically the same thing as with most of the games.
Yeah. No, not really.
Well, I mean,
It's the only game that
Epic
was
exclusive.
Epic exclusive. Yeah, for Epic exclusive a year later normally. Yeah. And what would have been your choice of those? Oh yeah, you said Carry On, right?
Yeah, I
Um,
said carrier.
and yeah, mine again would have been Mortal Shell from those. But the winner is this game, and it's still a nice idea. And but I have to play that, so cannot really fully make up my mind on that game. But since it has VR mode, yeah, I mean I'm a VR freak, so need to
And
play
I don't
that.
have a VR, and I think I'll lose a lot of the atmosphere without a VR.
Mm, not really. I mean, it doesn't need VR to be the frightening experience for most people, because that's what
Yeah, I
it is
know.
basically. So, I mean, it adds to that atmosphere when you use VR, because then you hear all those noises from behind you and stuff like that. And using the flashlight is different. It looks really weird sometimes when you see other characters hold the flashlight or so. But yeah, it's
So some videos how player model was behind the belt that had gadgets on it.
yeah, weird stuff. I mean, it's an indie developer and it's a multiplayer game, so those
And
two,
it's still in development.
yeah, it's an early access, and yeah, that combination. As soon as you add multiplayer capabilities to your game, No matter if you play against somebody or if you play with somebody in a co-op game, which makes it a bit easier. But having control over the netcode, and that's, yeah, starting your first game with a pure multiplayer game. This is only a multiplayer game that you cannot play single player. Um, so that's pretty ambitious, and yeah, since a lot of people played it and seem to enjoy it, yeah, pretty good choice in that case for the win of it.
Not saw videos how people scare their friends with this game.
Yeah, the
Ah,
the one I showed you earlier, Nerd. Yeah, he plays
mhm.
it in VR, and he said something like he cannot play this game alone. He's too much of a pussy or something like that. And I was like, hey, we can play together because I'm not. I mean, hey,
Oh,
I play Walking Dead, Saints and Sinners, the zombie game, and I'm like, come on, get some! Oh, damn it, I have no weapon left.
maybe Dying Light and not The Walking Dead.
That game is pretty awesome. The VR game.
Oh yeah, okay, okay.
Yeah, no, the VR game is great. I really like it. Um, it's really, yeah, it's intense. I mean, I don't get scared by zombies or anything, so it's just a regular shooter for me. But it's nicely done, and yeah, everything works exactly as you would expect it to in a VR game. So yeah, great stuff. Okay. So next category, which is kinda interesting because we had that community category earlier. So best esports game, Call of Duty, um, Modern Warfare, I think,
Yes,
right? CS:GO, Fortnite, League of Legends, um, and Dota
Valorant.
2, and no,
No,
wait,
the
Valorant.
Valorant.
Ah, okay. I got it. You were missing the one that you entered there. All right, I see. um, yeah. Uh, Again, I'm not that much into the esports scene anymore. Not watching DreamHack or anything like that. Never watched League of Legends. I played it, but it's not really my game. Um, but yeah, let's see what we have on Steam from those titles. So we definitely have Counter-Strike.
CSGO. And I think that's it.
I mean, everybody knows Counter-Strike. Um, Call of Duty is
I
not
think it's
that.
off Steam.
It's Modern Warfare 2. Yeah, anyway,
Yeah, Call of Duty is off Steam.
you get the point. Call of Duty, I mean, it's also a game you know. Fortnite, I mean, everybody knows Fortnite by now. Um, League of Legends, yeah, I cannot show, and Valorant is also from the same developer, basically. Um, yeah, I don't. Yeah, for me personally, since I played it and it's the only game that I really think is. I, Fortnite is not really an esport game for me. I don't know. It's battle royale games. They have too
Battle
much.
Royale is too much random shit
Yeah,
happening in
exactly.
it.
They have too much to do with luck. Where you go down, what stuff you find there, and I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's kind of the point of that game, but I would not. I mean, there's a reason why in real sports um they basically use the same stuff. Like in Formula One, they have their regulations, so basically everybody is ri- riding or driving basically the same car with differences, but basically the same. So in Counter-Strike, you have the same weapons and you can do your tactics and stuff, but the other games, I don't know. It's League of Legends, okay, but it's not a type of game that I play, so I'm not a StarCraft player or LoL player or whatever, so doesn't really appeal too much to me. I know that it's huge in tournaments. I know that the developers supporting that like crazy with sponsorships and whatnot. Call of Duty, yeah, there's also so much random shit happening in Call of Duty. I don't know, like throwing a knife and killing
It's
somebody
more
on.
controlling than Fortnite. I mean,
Yeah,
more
that's
controllable environment.
yeah, that's true. I'm kind of surprised that Rainbow Six isn't in there.
And also Dota 2 not on the list as well.
Yeah, and that got a didn't that get a big update last year? Dota, wasn't it last year?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
was on the last year list as well.
So, but I think Dota is maybe. I tried Dota 2 when it came out on Steam, and I just did not understand one single bit of the game, what I had to do, what does what, and to get into the game, it, I'm not sure if they changed that, but getting into
No,
the no, okay, yeah, then that's the problem. It's not a casual game, and all the
neither
other
LOL.
games, all the other games you can just pick up and play. Dota is the only game in the list that you cannot just pick up and play.
I can say that you also cannot pick up and play League of Legends because it's basically the same format. Yes, it was more casual than Dota 2, but it's still the same format.
Yeah, but
Uh,
it explains you shit. You have a tutorial and all that kind of stuff. Um,
yeah,
the game
and
itself,
you don't have to deny creeps, as far as I know, in League of Legends.
yeah,
I might be completely wrong.
the how do I phrase that in English? Um, the entry level to get into the game is much lower for League. League might be the stepping stone to get into Dota maybe, because
Maybe.
Dota is the more I don't want to say the more professional, but the more sophisticated maybe that needs a bit more background info and it's not giving you that much. So you have to get more infos and stuff on your own or from different sources maybe.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, for me
And
personally, it would be Counter-Strike from those games. That's from those games, since there's nothing like Quake or so included, the purest esport game for me. You have your overview cameras and all that kind of stuff. The way you can comment on the game and make it really enjoyable for even players or people who don't know the game to watch it. I enjoyed watching Counter-Strike um, finals or whatever, but with LoL, for example, it's so much faster in some ways. Um,
faster, 30 minutes per tournament
no, I mean
per
faster
match.
when it comes to text and stuff. When they explain things like, I don't know, when you do stuff with your characters and I don't know, with your buffs and everything, there's much more going on than just in Counter-Strike. Like,
Yeah,
okay, he's throwing
that's
a
true.
grenade in that direction, then this guy goes over there. It's a bit the pace from watching it is a bit different. So,
Yeah, definitely.
and I think that's a point that makes an esport game a good esports game for viewers as well. So
Yeah,
if you have
kind
good
of true.
if you have good players and commentators, um, a game one versus one in Doom or Quake is a shit ton of fun to watch, even if you don't know anything about it. But you know that there are two people, high skill, and they fight it out against each other. So I'm kind of missing that.
Yeah, Well,
I'm
competitive scene definitely changed a lot.
yeah,
And
definitely.
if Hunter 2 was really, really late for that scene.
Yeah,
So
Quake
basically,
3.
from my
Qu-
perspective, CSGO have one fatal flaw. Valve.
yeah,
Valve definitely not making this game better for anyone, neither for competitive player or casual players. And Counter-Strike has the same problem as Dota. You just can't pick this game and start playing it. You
oh, that
have too much, too big window for an error, and you can't train yourself in an online lobby.
you can
Playing
you
with bots in one thing, but when you get in an online, you definitely start realizing how much you're lacking.
yeah, that's true. I mean, when you play against other people, but to pick up the game and just play it, I mean, if you ever played an FPS game, you can play Counter-Strike. That's just a fact. I mean, you pick it up and you know there's a bot, there's my crosshair. I click my left mouse button, bot goes down. You know? So
Yeah,
th that's easy to pick
I
up.
don't know. I never got into Counter Strike because I never get the feeling of the weapons and so on and so forth.
Yeah, let's show Dota because I didn't check Dota for a while. 7-year-old game. Um, so Dota is based on the Warcraft mod, right?
Yep.
And yeah, it looks similar to LoL, or LoL looks similar to Dota because Dota was out
The
before
other
that.
way around. First Dota was definitely predates LoL.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't know about Dota 2.
yeah. Even Dota 2, I think. I mean, it's 7 years old, but yeah, it's
Mm,
based on the original, and every MOBA is kind of based on Dota. I mean, it was the first of its kind back then, I would say.
yeah.
So,
Uh,
but yeah, I think
Again,
it's
even though that I think that Valve is the biggest problem of CS:GO, and yeah, I would pick CS:GO as a multiplayer game as well. But if we're talking about how much grand events game have, how how big of money prizes for the game, that yeah, Counter Strike not on a best position here.
mm, yeah, not that much anymore, I think. The most
Never was.
the most oh, DreamHacks and stuff like that. Oh, there's money to be made with Counter-Strike.
I'm not saying that there is no money to make with Counter Strike. I'm saying that it was never the crowned prince of uh, esport games when it comes to tournaments and stuff like that and the prizes.
Depends how you see it. I mean, at least with Counter-Strike, nah, I would say just from the amount of tournaments and contests combined over a year, I think there is
Well, maybe
yeah, there were
it
more
has a lot of local tournaments even here,
yes,
including Dota 2.
same here. Um, where you can just go and I don't know, pay $5 and watch it on a big screen and stuff like that. Um, but yeah, I the only other one, yeah, is League of Legends basically. Those are the two games mostly played. Yeah, and then Overwatch. Wait a second. Why is Overwatch not in that list?
On the list as well. They for some reason include Valorant.
Yeah, I mean that. Okay, Twitch has Apex or had Twitch Rivals, which was basically an Apex event and still
Hmm.
do. Um, there's no Apex in that game, which was one of the most streamed games when it came out and last year. That's not in there, even though it's kinda esport. Um, that's a weird list actually.
It has the same problem as Fortnite. It's battle royale when most of the things based on luck.
Yeah, okay, that's true. All right. Anyway, League One, and we are moving on.
As always.
Yeah, wins a lot. Yeah, that's the next category is something like, huh?
So
That's
basically, let's just drop a little bit lower, like
yeah.
here.
Just for info, the next would have been esports coach. I know shit about any esports coach. I mean, yeah, if they talk about one while watching DreamHack or so, okay, yeah, but if you're not into esports, uh, you wouldn't even know any of those guys. So moving on. Um, I actually know Sonic, but anyway. Best esport event.
Lol.
I, yeah, would have been my guess anyway. So
But something that's strange, it has two Counter-Strike related events.
okay. So best esport events. Blast Premier Spring 2020 European Final was Counter-Strike Go. Call of Duty League Championship 2020. IEM Katowice in also 2020 was Counter-Strike Go. Wasn't it the DreamHack event in Katowice? Okay. Anyway, League of Legends
I
World
don't think so.
Championship and Overwatch League Grand Finals 2020.
See, here we have Overwatch and two times Counter-Strike.
Yeah,
No Fortnite, no Valorant, nothing.
yeah, that's it. I mean, this is esports, right there. But yeah, I would have guessed League of Legends anyway because those tournaments and events I've seen videos in Asia. It's crazy what's going on when they do an event there.
Yeah.
Full stadiums. I mean, huge stadiums. Full. You couldn't even get half of a stadium full here in Germany or outside of Asia, I think. That's really hardcore. But the stars of League in Asia are really like celebrities over there. Same with StarCraft players in the past and maybe still, but yeah, they also um, the way they play and work when it comes to esports in Asia is also on a whole different level. They live together in houses, they train, they have their contracts and stuff. I mean, you have that
Hey,
outside of Asia
a
as
lot
well,
of
but
team outside of Asia doing the same thing,
yeah, they do the same thing,
especially
but
before tournaments.
yeah, but when you compare that, it's crazy over there. And also
True.
just the celebrity state you can get as a player in Asia is just crazy. I saw a documentary. It's insane. You go out on the street, they directly know you. It's like, I mean, an event like that, they have thousands of live viewers in the audience. So different numbers when it comes to players and viewers and stuff like that. So okay, next is the same best esport host. Yeah, I don't know one of them. Moving on. Um, Best esport team, best esport athlete. Yeah, that's all stuff that's, I mean, we're talking about the game awards and not the
Just for the
esports.
reference, best sport athletes is Korean.
Yeah. Best esport athlete fatality. I don't know. Best event was Trials World Cup in December. Was organized on Twitch. Few hundred viewers. All of them trials players. Prize money was raised by the community. It was very awesome. Yeah, but it's too small. I mean, there are tons of really great events, but if you don't have a few 100,000 viewers on it, it doesn't even count as a big event, or that's the problem. So,
Definitely is.
but yeah, there are tons of really nice events and tournaments and stuff, but yeah, well, that's where it counts. Money, money, money. All right. I guess moving on. Next category would be best ongoing game, and there are only games in that list we didn't hear yet. Apex Legend, Call of Duty Warzone, Destiny 2, Fortnite, and No Man's Sky.
Why?
Well, they still work on the game for years, but
Yes, but it's not an ongoing game. It's game in development.
exactly. So, what does ongoing game mean? Is it a game that gets support for years? Is it a game that gets new
As far as I get,
content?
it's a game that gets updated regularly and basically in well, as you can see by the most of the games in this list, it's basically games as a service.
Yeah, so one game I'm definitely missing in that list would be The Division 2, for example, which got a really huge and great update last year with update
Maybe.
11. Um, Tons of new content, even a whole new game mode where you try to get up a skyscraper with 100 floors, and the higher you get, the harder the enemies become. If you die, you
They
start at the
implemented a 100 floors dungeon.
yeah, basically. It's a
Hmm.
it's basically like a roguelite event or mode. You go there and try to get to the top, to the big boss, basically, and you keep your weapons and stuff, but when you die, you respawn at the bottom and you have to start all over again. Um,
Yeah, definitely interesting thing.
yeah, so that's really great. And they also had the expansion, or what it was, the expansion 2019. But they had
You
that
mean
use.
Warriors of New York?
Yeah, exactly.
I think it was 2020.
Yeah, I think so.
Let
I,
me check it.
I think it was the end of 2019. I'm not sure. I got it last year. It adds a whole new part to the game. You get back to New York, um, and tons of content. So, but for me personally, one of the games that impresses me the most for years already is Dying Light. What the developer of Dying Light is doing, they release an event every 1 or 2 months where you get new weapons that get integrated into the game, new new outfits, for example. They had that Christmas event running where you could unlock either a sword, an ice sword that freezes enemies. um, and in the second event, because it was running 3 weeks or so, in the second part of the event, and I got that unlocked. You got a Christmas outfit, like one of those
Not
ugly
GOG
Christmas.
version.
Hmm.
Not for GOG version.
No?
No,
Womp, womp, womp. But was that event not in the GOG version as well?
there was an event in GOG version, but not with the same prices.
Ah, oh, that's weird. But yeah, anyway, that game is out for what, over 4 years or 5 years or so, and still gets new content and new stuff. And I play it every few months because I don't know, it's a nice event, you get something for that, and it's just a great game. It looks awesome, it runs really well, and so it's always fun to get back. So that's for me personally, Dying Light and Terraria. The last update that was kind of split in two um, was insane. Any other developer would have asked for another 10 or $15 for DLC for that. Um, So yeah, those are my two games that would be the ongoing stuff.
Okay, Warlords of the New York was released March 3rd, 2020.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, that's definitely missing in the list for me personally then.
But again, I'm I'm really surprised when why No Man's Sky in this list.
Yeah,
If we're talking about best ongoing games, stuff that getting updated regularly, well, I'm not treat. Let's just say that I'm not treat seasons in Call of Duty or Fortnite. Well, basically, well, okay, in Call of Duty and Fortnite as good content updates.
well, in Fortnite, even though I don't play it really, um, they do integrate new game modes and stuff like that as well.
Occasionally,
Yeah, but they still do, and you don't have to, but you can buy a battle pass. Exactly the same for Dauntless, for example. Dauntless is also not in that list. It's also an ongoing game that gets new content and new events and new stuff every few months. Um,
forgot about this game existence.
yeah, so I mean, we could even name Monster Hunter, which also
Yeah,
gets
that's true.
gets new events and stuff. Not that regularly, but yeah, the movie was released and they had an event in the game which I kind of skipped. But um,
Yeah,
yeah,
you didn't keep
it de-
much. It's definitely nothing that great.
yeah, I know. But yeah, it depends how you define the ongoing part. That's the thing for me. So
Yeah,
yeah,
that's true.
they're all ongoing. Um, but for me in that list, would be Destiny the only choice really, because Destiny
Yeah,
gets
basically the same.
yeah it gets big content updates every 3 to 6 months or so. I don't really know, maybe it's 6 to 12, I don't know, but they just got a really huge update last year, which adds more to the lore and content and new dungeons and whatnot. So that gets contents
And
for years.
basically, every time when they get new content updates, they have a fraction of this content for free to play players as well.
Yeah.
And talking about the last year update, they put some stuff out of the game because events that precede the current update changed the world a little bit.
Okay.
So yeah, basically every update in Destiny 2 is some huge story event.
Yeah, so No Man's Sky is only in that list because it has that release tag from years ago and it got 4 or 5 really big updates that added to the game and a really big one last year. So yeah, it is a released game. That's the thing. It doesn't have the early access tag on it. I mean,
Yeah,
it is not really new content, it's just the content that should have been in there back then, but we bragged about that earlier.
yeah.
So,
And
uh,
again, for me, No Man's Sky is just a game in development.
yeah, for me as well. Same with Cyberpunk, for me as well, just a game in development. But yeah, No Man's Sky won for that reason, because they supported with that huge content and stuff. So, yeah. If you see it as a released game, yeah, they're right. But it's not a fully released finished game, so they're not right. So anyway, moving on. Best art direction. But you have the list. You read, I drink.
Final best art direction: Final Fantasy VII Remake, Ghost of Tsushima, Hades, Ori and the Will of the Wisps, and that's it.
Yeah.
So best art direction. Well, for me personally, I definitely like aesthetics of Final Fantasy VII. Uh, it's not like it most breathtaking that they did ever, and in remake of Final Fantasy VII, I definitely think that they work with Final Fantasy 15 was much better, but what they got is definitely good, and that's definitely something what they can be proud of.
Yeah, I do like how it looks, but for me personally, when it comes to art direction, I would expect something more different, not just fancier third person graphics or something like that. Um, so for me personally, um, it's it's only Hades that makes sense for me personally in that list. Even though
True, Hades has a good art direction as well.
yeah, it is your typical top-down isometric game that you've seen hundreds of times before, but the way they did it with the art style and the yeah, the art style, the comic style and everything basically makes it different to every other top-down game. The comic effects and stuff like that. So for me personally, it's like last year I think it was Gris that won, right?
Yeah,
So that was also something new. It's a platformer, roguelite platformer, but still it makes an old genre look new. So and yeah, Ghost of Tsushima looks nice, Final Fantasy looks nice, Ori looks great, but no, for me it
that's
would
all.
would be Hades. Would be Hades.
I don't know. I definitely like how Ghost of Tsushima looks like. I like the armor. I like I like the environment that they did. But again, I'm sucker for Final Fantasy. It's mostly nostalgia for me, I guess.
Mm.
Uh,
Ori is just so beautiful. Yeah, that's true. Ori looks nice. It has a nice art style. Everything works and the sound is great. So yeah.
well, to be fair, Ori didn't change that much visually from the first game, but in the first game he was already good.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, no, it didn't really change much when it comes to the style or anything. But yeah, Hades, yeah, they definitely nailed it.
No, I didn't play Ori.
I played it. I need to continue with it. Didn't finish it. I was stuck at one puzzle where you have to change a few directions with the charge shots and I was kind of so yeah, I did play the first one and
I
I
don't think that even first Ori looking bad. It
no
might
no
be
it
that the
looks
second Ori looks a lot better, but even the first one looking good.
I mean the second one they didn't change that much really when it comes to style, but yeah, the style is really awesome. And what Ori makes different to other platformers or Metroidvanias is how emotional it can be. So, but yeah, second is on my wish list, but I need to finish the first one. Wait, why does it not say how much I played it, huh?
I sure played it.
Yeah, I streamed it. Here, the definitive edition even. Almost 4 hours.
Okay.
So I played it. Yeah, I remember sometimes. So yeah, okay. The winner is Ghost of Tsushima, and I can live with that. I think.
Yeah, okay, but still, even though I like how it looks, I definitely would say that one of the others would be a lot more fitting choice, like Hades or Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah. Let's check out Ghost of Tsushima. Oh, that's even the trailer from the Game Awards.
And no, there is no trailer from Game Awards. It was during.
It says in the title, official trailer, the Game
Oh
Awards.
yeah, it might be, but I don't see. I
Oh
don't
wait,
remember this. Oh, this was later in the show, but when they announced during this segment was like 7 minutes long. It
okay.
was between two big ad campaigns, and it's like, so here are 4 categories.
Mm.
4 or 5 categories that we're just gonna mention and not say how long on that one. No fancy host or something like that.
You know, this is CGI, but we are so close to that quality in-game graphics already. It's so crazy.
It's medieval. No, medieval. Well, it's in medieval Japan. It's not like this art style wasn't used at all.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, let's check some real gameplay here. I mean, looks great. I mean, looks like a freaking
I'm not
CGI
saying
movie.
that. I'm not saying that it's ain't looking good.
But it doesn't have anything. It could be what I want to have since the first one, Assassin's Creed in Japan. It's
It's not
nothing.
really stealthy, if you ask me.
Nah, that's not what I mean. I mean, Assassin's Creed is not a stealth game anymore. Assassin's Creed is an action
That's
hack and
true.
slash. And with Valhalla, it's not a stealth game anymore. I want to have Assassin's Creed back. And what I
Too much
want,
innovation.
and what I want, and what would be perfect for Assassin's Creed, playing a freaking ninja in that time in Japan. And that will come. I want money for that. It's my idea.
Yeah, it's
So
not like every single person saying the same thing all the time.
I don't know. Never heard anyone say it. But besides that, there's nothing that this game does other than other games that are in third person. I don't know. If the characters would look like, let's say, Dishonored, for example, you know, like more
Yeah.
comic style or less realistic, then I would say, all right, okay. But there's really nothing that makes this game different than any other third-person hack and slash or Souls-like. Besides
Yeah,
the,
talking about Souls, like, what was that? Uh,
I mean, it
you have this
looks
From
great.
Software game.
Mortal Shell.
No. Shadow Die Twice.
Yeah, Sekiro.
What was the? Yeah, Sekiro.
Mhm. Yeah, it could be Sekiro in lower
Actually, talking about
quality.
Sekiro, in Sekiro, art style definitely kind of more unique because of all those parasites and whatnot.
I mean, when it comes to when the category would have been most realistic graphics or so, yeah, I mean, this game looks freaking awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a reason why I want to play that. So it's at this time, it's definitely one of the best looking games out there. Third person, definitely. I mean, the light and shadow is freaking crazy, and that's a PlayStation game. I want to have this with RTX on my freaking PC. That's what I want.
Might be. Maybe it will come to Epic eventually.
Yeah, I mean, you see what they did with Horizon Zero Dawn. That looked awesome on the PlayStation, but it looks really great on PC.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, this game looks great, but it does nothing new. There's nothing that makes it special in any way. So,
Yeah, maybe because it looks authentic enough, but I didn't look into historian analysis if this game is actually historically correct or if any part of the armor is from the different time period.
yeah, I mean, that yeah, that would be a nice category actually. Most historically accurate game or something like that.
We don't have that much games that can compete in this
Yeah,
category.
I know. All right. Anyway, Ghost of
Oh yeah,
Tsushima won, and we move on.
yeah, we talked about that.
So, best action game: Doom Eternal, Hades, Half-Life Alyx, Neo 2, and Streets of Rage 4, which also has a local co-op mode, by the way, and was not in the family game category. It's not a family-friendly game, so.
Actually, a lot of strong contenders right here.
What do you mean with that? Elaborate.
That's what I meant.
It is just not possible to vote against Doom.
Yeah.
Yeah, in that list, yeah, yeah, should be pretty obvious and a no-brainer. Yeah, would have been my best action game for sure. I mean,
Doom actually was the best action game of this year.
yeah, pretty much. I wouldn't
It
know.
has this list has strong contenders like Half-Life Alyx, Neo 2, not bad as well.
I
Hades.
I mean, yeah, Half-Life is a
It's Doom.
Half-Life is a shooter, but um, no, that has nothing to do in that list. Half-Life Alyx has nothing to do in that list. Besides the fact that it is VR only and limits the player base just for that fact. No,
Yeah,
it's
for sure.
I wouldn't call that an action game. The few hours I played, there was 20% action and the rest is interaction and enjoying VR what it is. But I had a handful of enemies, and in an action game, it's action means for me I have more time shooting and less time having a moment to take a breath. That's action for me.
Yeah, Doom definitely the only winner if you think about that.
Yeah, Doom and Hades, they both. Hades is also, as soon as you go into a level, into an area, there's no time to take a breath or so. Otherwise, you die because enemies just come at you. So yeah, um, Neo, y-
It's
yeah,
another Souls like the previous Neo. Yeah, it's definitely really challenging, and if you're fighting an enemy for the first time, it can be shit.
yeah. But when you
When you know
integrate,
what you're doing.
when you have Neo 2 in there, And Ghost of Tsushima in other categories, why is Ghost of Tsushima not in this category, for example, instead of Half-Life? The
Question.
the nominees, I don't know, Game Awards this year make less sense than last year. Some
There are a lot of
categories,
questions about nominees in the last year as well.
yeah, true. I don't know. It's I would also not call Streets of Rage an action game. It's a 2.5D beat 'em
It's a
up.
beat 'em up.
Yeah,
So yeah, beat 'em up is kinda action game.
yeah,
Well,
but
it has not the same amount of action as Hades or Doom, but still,
yeah, but
it's kinda qualified.
you have action in Mario Kart with shooting freaking shells and stuff as well. So it's not that is not an action game, it's a racer. So nah, that doesn't. Nah, Streets of Rage for me personally doesn't fit. The same like Half-Life. I would have added Ghost of Tsushima and another game, but yeah, for me personally, would definitely be Doom. So Doom on number one and Hades on number two. So
I
since
didn't play Hades, but I played Doom, and I tried to beat Date Gates on Nightmare for I think 50 minutes. I tried to beat the last Slayer Gates on Nightmare for 50 minutes.
was it
That
fun?
was it was pain at least for first 30 minutes. Then it became like kind of strategy game. Okay, grenade here, double barrel here, fly
That's
there, run and run and run and run and run and run.
that's what
Never
they
stop.
that's exactly what they wanted to to have it more tactical. Also with um, the weapons that you can shoot off or the attack points and stuff, yeah, they kind of wanted to have that more tactical part. But if you like hard games, the new DLC for Doom is exactly for you because even in regular difficulty, it's supposed to be so hard that the guy that I read a review from was like, "Hey, regular difficulty is basically like nightmare in the base game. So if you like it hard, the DLC is definitely for you."
I don't like it hard. My ass still hurts from that pain. But yeah, I definitely like that experience in a way. That was the first time when I used all of my arsenal in Doom, and not like two or three favorites.
Mm, I love both games, but if I had to decide, I would pick Hades. It gave me a lot of playtime. I have 157 hours and still have a ton of stuff to do. I like it hard, yeah. Yeah, I don't. For Hades, I don't even know how much time I have. I think 10 or 15 or so. I don't even know. 6, 6 hours. So still stuff to do. I only made it to Hydra. So yeah. Okay.
Well, personally, I'll say Doom.
Yeah, I personally would have said Doom as well. Hades is a good winner though. So yeah, I'm fine with that. All right. Next category. VR and
Best VR and or augmented reality game.
gone.
Dreamers, Half-Life Alyx, Marvel Iron Man VR, Star Wars Squadron, The Walking Dead, Saints and Sinners. Half-Life Alyx is not even a question.
Yeah, actually, since I played The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners now, I would put Half-Life Alyx and Walking Dead almost on the same level. Um, they are a bit different though. Because you have crafting and more survival aspect in The Walking Dead because it is a survival game. Um, and and the better looks and the higher quality definitely in Half-Life. And it's Half-Life. I mean, hello, it's Half-Life 3. They just called it Half-Life Alyx. No, actually, it's Half-Life kinda 1.5 because it's a prequel to Half-Life 2. So that's why you play with Alyx because there is no Gordon Freeman yet. At least not around her or not. It's not 2.5 or 3. It's 1.5 basically.
Yeah, basically they chose the time period when people would still be interested in the game, but not the time period when fan base would be like, "Hey, why I can't play it because I have a technical limitations."
Yeah, a lot of people were pissed about why do you make it VR only? You will lose players. Yeah, because it's Valve and they can decide to make a game for their freaking VR system to sell it. So, hello. I mean, that's just natural. You have the most expensive VR system. You want to sell the best VR game with it. So that's what they did.
True.
And
And
how
based on the amount of interaction that you have in Half-Life Alyx, you basically couldn't have this amount of interaction with the classic control.
yeah, that's the one thing, and um, they know that everybody wants to play Half-Life, and yeah, I mean the index was sold out, not mainly because of Half-Life Alyx, but yeah, I didn't play Half-Life Alyx with the index, but I did play the tech demo where you can try the finger movement and stuff like that. Great stuff, but Half-Life Alyx on the Oculus works totally fine. You I still have basically all interactions, but I don't have the full fingers. That's all. But I still can grab and point and so and I really don't like the index when it comes to shooting stuff. I played what is it? Audacity or something? Audica. I played Audica and oh my god, really? You think you hold the controller like it's like a pistol in quotes, and it's totally not. You have to somehow aim further down or something. And with my Oculus controller, uh, Oculus controller is just like a freaking pistol. You just hold it like a pistol, you aim like a pistol, you shoot like a pistol, and it works. In most cases, aiming with the controller on the Oculus is really awesome. It sucked on the Vive controllers. It's not the greatest on the Index controllers. The Valve VR is great for sword fighting and Beat Saber and stuff like that, but as soon as you have a pistol in your hand, those controllers are just unrealistic. That the way you hold them, just shit. But yeah, Half-Life Alyx, best VR game without a question. So the standard and the quality of the graphics and the resolution is just I mean they have a shit ton of money to make the best VR game and yeah, they definitely did. Um
And they have a lot of developers who basically do nothing.
yeah, that's also something. And the other last game they released was shit. So
Oh yeah, I actually forgot about that card game.
yeah, we don't talk about that game anymore, I think.
You know, they
Short-lived.
actually promised to make this game free to play, but somewhere in the past 2 years, this announcement was deleted.
Yeah, isn't it gone by now?
No,
That's
the
still
game's still up and running. They promised to make a complete rework of the game, but when it will happen, who knows?
I
It's
would
Valve.
I would say it's more up, but I'm not sure anybody is playing that really.
There is a player base, but it's even less than Team Fortress 2 player base.
Yeah, so all right. Yeah, Star Wars Squadron. I will get it and I will play it in VR, but I need my force feedback joystick first. I'm not playing that with a gamepad and I'm not playing that with a keyboard and mouse. No, I'm playing that with a freaking flight stick. It's a freaking space space jet game. What am I doing with something like that? No, you want to? No, that's just. Mm-mm. Same for Flight
Yeah,
Simulator.
no,
I would not play Flight Simulator with a gamepad. So
I know what you're talking about. I tried to play in Elite with mouse, and it feels so wrong, even though in X Rebirth is kind of similar control, but two things are swapped in Elite and X. In X, it's more natural to fly with the mouse. In Elite, when you try to fly with the mouse, it's like, what? Why am I starting turning around? And, what's happening?
I yeah. Hmm.
It feels so unnatural.
Yeah, I didn't. I need to play Elite, and you can play Elite in VR as well. I really need to play that for a long time.
Yeah,
But
cockpit view is fucking awesome, even in non-VR.
yeah, the thing is also the modding for Elite is crazy. You have your board computer, and you can get different voice packages. So your computer on board can sound like Kirk, Picard, or whatever.
Neko Cyber Girl.
Yeah, it's really fun, and yeah, just being in space and looking around in VR is great. I have a few games, a few space games that support VR actually, and it's fucking awesome. There's one game that supports also VR and non-VR, and when I was playing it, I directly knew who has VR and who doesn't because you could just look around and see your freaking enemy that just passed you, and you're like, oh, you're there. Oh, wait, where are you? And you cannot do that with mouse on a monitor. It's just impossible. Whatever you do, how fast you try to look around, it is impossible.
Oh, you mean that strategy game?
No. There was just an update out for that, but it doesn't support VR anymore, as far as I know. Um, no, it's a multiplayer space shooter. Um, and
Oh, okay.
one game that was really great, also, I think it supports non-VR as well now, was a game from Eve, from the Eve universe, Eve Valkyrie. That was awesome. It was one of the starting titles for the Oculus. And when I played it, I was number one or number two in the leaderboard of the matches. And I loved it. But I know
Looks like
that,
we are giving you a little bit of a upper hand of classic control.
yeah, it's yeah, Lone Echo is also good. Anyway, different games, different topic, different stuff. Moving on with the Game Awards. So, best sport slash racing game. They should not be in the same category, but yeah. Okay, so
It's not like there's a lot of racing games. Well, wait,
uh,
wait.
Project
There
Cars
is a good
3,
amount of
Need for
racing games.
Speed, yeah, tons. So,
Okay, questionable decision. Moving on.
yeah, questionable is first why that game is. Oh no, I see the second. Okay, so Dirt 5, F1 2021, FIFA 21, and what is this FIFA 21? the game that came last year. Oh yeah, never mind.
It should be FIFA 21.
NBA 2K21, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2. So I have many questions.
Yeah, it was FIFA 21.
I have a lot of questions here.
I have two questions. Why slot machines in this category?
Yeah, besides that, wasn't the last NBA game not good because of that,
Same be
basically?
said about FIFA.
Yeah, it's if you don't invest real money in those games and you want to play online, you will suck or your team will suck.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know. Nah. And I also,
So basically, anything that qualifies is Dirt 5, F1 2021, and Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 and 2.
yeah, so the thing, when we're talking about sport and racing games, we're talking about kinda simulations or kinda realistic games. F1, yeah, is a Formula One simulator game that you can also play with a wheel and in a three monitor setup or whatever. Dirt 5 is a pure 100% arcade racer.
Wait,
Um,
Dirt used to be a
no,
simulation as well.
not. No, Dirt 5 is a pure arcade racer where you race
Hmm.
with others on the track. It's more like Sega Rally than Dirt Rally. That's the reason why the rally is not in the title. It,
Okay,
it's it's
so
it's not a rally
I do remember
simulation.
Dirt 3, but
Nah,
okay.
it's not a rally simulation game anymore. I played
Hmm.
was it the 3 or I think it was 3 that supports VR as well. That's a ton of fun to play rally with VR in that game. But Dirt 5 is a pure arcade racer. So for me personally, I would like to see Project Cars in there, for example, although the third one and a lot of stuff that I know is from reading reviews. The third one is also more casual than the others, so it's not that much of a simulation anymore, but still much more simulation than Dirt. So, uh, yeah, for me
Kind of
personally,
strange to see that Dirt became from one of the not so casual game into more casual games.
yeah, at least the Dirt without the rally part is
Yeah,
definitely
okay.
is definitely um, more arcadey now, and I think it might have been a bit rushed to be released as a first day title or something for the new consoles. Although it doesn't have any next gen graphics or anything. Looks better than the last one, but nothing really that you say, "Oh, wow, I need to get a new console. I need Dirt 5 and a new console." There is no other way this game is looking better. Nah, nah. So
Yeah,
for
I
me,
kind of get what you're talking about, but this game doesn't even supposed to look top gen. It's supposed to feel good to play, basically, at least like Dirt 3.
yeah, I mean it is
Less arcade and
it, it
more
is
realistic.
it is a fun game as far as I know, but it's definitely not a simulation anymore.
Hmm,
Tony Hawk
that's
1 and
definitely
2
strange.
is just awesome. Bought it on release day, never was patched, runs like a charm, but I think it doesn't belong in this category. Yeah, the categories are kinda yeah
Let's just say that this whole category is kinda iffy.
yeah yeah. I, I personally, from that list, would also have chosen the winner, which is Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. Although that should be in a category for best remakes, because that is also I don't have it, but just like Zapolot just said it in chat, and I know it from reviews, and I saw the speedrun in Games Done Quick yesterday. Um, it's a really, really really great remake and the way to do a remake. Take a game that's 20 plus years old and make it good and give it a reason to remake it. And they took the best from 1 and 2 and combined it in one game. It's still 1 and 2. You choose it in the game, but um, you have stuff from the third game in the second and from the second in the first. So it's great and it looks really, really awesome. I really want to get it.
Well, kind of with Zeppelin right here.
Yeah,
So Tony Hawk is also game, but it's basically should be some kind of action platformer and not in best sport game.
that's what they actually said in the speedrun as well. They said it's not really a skate simulator, it's a platformer basically. And with the challenges, the secret tape there and the skate ladders over there and stuff, it is basically like a platformer. You have to think, how do I jump up there? Okay, you might need the momentum from a ramp, but basically it's Mario
Let's just say
on
it's not
wheels.
the best representation of any sport.
It's a fun game. I definitely want to get it. But other than other people, I'm not supporting Epic. So, oh wait, we actually talking about the games. I always forget to show stuff. So yeah, and you don't mention it. So so mixed reviews for the Dirt 5. Yeah, well, um,
Yeah. Well,
official trailer.
Dort already have a uh, reputation that they must uphold. It basically was known as not so arcadey game, and getting from not so arcadey into arcadey is kind of a decision.
Mm,
Let's
yeah,
just say that people will be upset.
well, again, you have Dirt, you have Dirt Rally, and you have Dirt. And Dirt was never a simulation game. That was always a rally-inspired arcade game. So
Yes, okay, that's true.
that's the reason why there is no Dirt Rally in the title. So, and there might never be another rally in the title.
Oh,
We will
that's sad.
we will see, but yeah, I mean you see that already. Four-player split screen. This is a party arcade racer. So
We can see YouTube.
oh yeah, too many window captures. Wait, let me show it from here. You can even change the colors of the car in photo mode. That's cool.
Hmm. Yeah, that's definitely interesting.
So online and I think it shows the split screen here. Okay, two player and up to four player. That's awesome. I mean, I I don't remember what game had a four-player local co-op split screen in a racer. Not lately, besides Mario Kart,
Oh
which
yeah,
is
okay,
obvious.
not lately. Yeah, that's definitely an argument.
So
Yeah, that's strange.
that's pretty cool.
Well, anyway, so looks like the best qualifier for best sport and racing game is basically F1 racing.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. 2021 isn't even out. What the fuck? That's the last that came out. That was July last year. Why is 21 in the category?
Either I'm made a mistake while typing down, or
Uh,
person
n-
on Game Award made a mistake. I need time to figure it out.
yeah, because I didn't read about 2021. I know about 2020. I mean, 2020 came out in July, so I don't think um maybe they released it on the new consoles already. I don't know.
I'll just go with.
Let's go with 2020. F1 since
Yeah,
it
and I'm going
since
to actually check out if I'm an idiot or something like that.
hmm. Yeah, so since
So
since
yeah,
it came out, it was always a great game to play, and you can play it as a more simulation-like game, uh, again with wheels, pedals, all that stuff, or in a more arcadey style with a gamepad. And I actually have for the PlayStation 2, where I played F1 as well. I still have my wheel, my Ferrari wheel, Ferrari wheel, for my PlayStation and F1 basically. But yeah, this is a game I will never ever in my life play. If you want to see this game on my channel, donation needs to be in the 3 digits. I won't play this game any lower. Yeah, it's the same for Digital Homicide. If you want to see me play Digital Homicide, needs to be 3 digits. Before the decimal point, not after, before. So anything less than 100 bucks, I will not touch any of those shit games. Nah, seriously, FIFA is. I played football games in the past with friends when it was something like Mario, Hyper Soccer, whatever it was called, and shit like that.
okay, it might open.
Yeah, like arcade football, okay, but this kind? Nah. For me personally, nah, I shouldn't go into details. I like I like soccer or football as much as I like religion. So I'm an atheist. That should be info enough. It was the first sport I started and the first I ended. I went to one training. I was like, nah, that sucks. And I was 3 or 4 years old. No, no, did not enjoy it one single bit. Okay,
Well, I did
NBA.
enjoy playing football with my buddies in the backyard. Well, in the yard,
Yeah,
but that's all.
I played in break between classes as well, but we mostly played with a tennis ball. Also back somewhere, but real soccer with a real ball and real go. Nah, nah. I was always the goalie because I knew I could stand in the back and have nothing to do and can just wait. They play in the front, and I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm taking time out, leaning on the pole, and you play over there. I don't care. I was a basketball and ice hockey player. I did everything besides freaking soccer. So, NBA 2K21 came out in September, and yeah, it is mostly negative. So,
It's well received, as we can see.
yeah, yeah, well received. Very well received. So, I really enjoyed NBA back in the day, but those times are gone. Yeah.
Just announce the winner and go to the.
Yeah, winner is Tony Hawk. Yeah, I already mentioned that earlier. Oh wait,
Yeah, okay,
let me show that as well, since I can show them
it's
all.
on Steam.
Ah, it's not even announced on Steam. What the Okay, normally even Epic exclusives are announced. I'm not opening the Epic launcher. Nope. Okay, so next category, most anticipated game. Elden Ring, and I actually just read about that, so that's the reason why I know about it again. God of War, number what? Halo in is it Infinity or Infinite?
Um,
Not fully sure.
Infinite.
Infinite. Okay. Um, so I do know a little bit. Horizon Forbidden West, Resident Evil 8, and Legend of Zelda. So wait. So God of War and Legend of Zelda is not even announced?
Yes, people know that will be a new God of War game, and people know that there might be a new Legend of Zelda because of anniversary of franchise.
Yeah, but
But
then
there is no official announcement.
Okay, I'm missing a few games basically. I'm missing GTA 6, for example.
Yeah, good point.
That would be the game that I would expect after how good GTA 5 was and still is in the online version, basically, or the online part of the game. And you can pre-order it already, and it has a release date of 2022. Why are there two games in there that are not even announced yet? Because that there will be a GTA 6 is out of the question. That's just out of the question. There will be GTA 6. There will be a Red Dead Redemption 3. That's just out of the question. I mean, they would be stupid not to do that. I mean, those are one of the best games out there. Um, so yeah, Elden Ring is a fantasy game that's a bit like, I don't know, Skyrim maybe. So new universe and new stuff. Only pictures and trailers out, but no news or info since years. So might already be dead. NBA Jam
People
on
still anticipate
SNES.
it.
Yeah, NBA Jam is still a thing. NBA Jam isn't that bad actually. Oh, it's not on. Okay. But I think it wasn't an NBA Jam. Didn't one come out a few years ago? Anyway,
I
there
don't
will be.
think so.
Yeah, there will be GTA 15 someday. Yeah, if they don't fail and if they don't pull a CD project, and I hope not, because Rockstar, even though they also need their own launcher now, which is also shit, but they are one of the last publishers slash developers where I still have hopes that they stay the good way, because there's another big company who failed so hard that you can basically just strike their name. I don't know, with a take a Sharpie and just strike the name Blizzard. Blizzard, no offense, but besides the last World of Warcraft expansion, what is left of Blizzard? The Warcraft remake? Shit show. The quality of Blizzard, since they're also kind of sold out to Activision. Nah, it's
Let's just say that it's not really wasn't really that much of a healthy decision to put two companies together. I merge two companies together.
yeah, same for id Software back then. When it sold their soul to Bethesda, it was kinda Kamek is gone. A handful of other guys from the original team and the founders are gone. Yeah, it is just a name. It's the same with Rare. Rare is it's only the same name from the companies that we know from the past. They are not the same companies anymore. They when the creators and founders of cool companies start switching their jeans and shirts for suits. And yeah, I know Steve Jobs was also just wearing turtleneck and stuff like that, but that's different. But yeah, if you
So
take off your hoodie and your sneakers and exchange it for Armani, you might be too far away from where it began. So imagine Bethesda making Doom without it would be a glitchy mess too. Yeah, that would not happen, thankfully, because Doom, the IP is still owned by it, but it is owned by Bethesda. It's kind of weird. Let's
And now it's all owned by Microsoft.
yeah, let me just say I'm happy that Microsoft bought Bethesda, and I hope that Todd will lose his job soon. I just read something about he was talking about the future of open world games and Skyrim and stuff, and I was like, you think you still have a job in that time when that game comes out? I hope not, because no, it just works. Yeah, no, the open job market also works. There are a lot of websites that work for finding a new job. Um, CD Projekt might hire.
No.
I'm so,
CD Projekt already in a
I'm, s-
complicated situation.
I'm such an asshole sometimes. So
Yeah,
okay, for me personally,
let's pick up the pace.
a game that is not announced yet doesn't make any sense for me in being an anticipated game. I mean, yeah, there might be one of those games coming out, but hey, every other old game that was made in the last 30 years might come out. Hey, I'm looking forward to Quake 9. I mean, I want to play that in 2050.
Some people still waiting for the second season of Elfen Lied.
Yeah. Yeah, stuff like that. So, yeah, everybody wants a new Zelda. Everybody wants a new, better Super Mario, maybe. But if it's not announced, like Elden Ring was shown 2016 or 2017 or something like that. Um, but yeah, it might end up not being finished. There was a game a few years ago. Scale Bearer or something like that. Really good looking game with dragons and stuff, and then they just canceled it.
Shit happens.
So there was another game also fantasy inspired a few years ago, looked insanely good, but then also after a while, yeah, no money left. They had to close down. So no idea. For me personally, from that list, yeah, Elden Ring would be interesting, just because it's dead for years already. And otherwise, since I enjoy Horizon Zero Dawn, Horizon Forbidden West, yeah, sure, why not? The original was already a great game, so the next. And Halo, I don't care too much for Halo, to be honest. God of War is PlayStation exclusive, and as long as that's PlayStation exclusive, I don't care. It's a great game. I played it back. What was it? Was it on the PlayStation 2 already?
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
on PlayStation 2, PlayStation Portable, and PlayStation 3 and PlayStation 4.
yeah. I think I have. Yeah, I think I have it actually on the PlayStation 2. So yeah, I mean Zelda. Yeah, sure. Yay for every Zelda, but yeah, from that list, for me personally, since that is announced already, would be Horizon Forbidden West. Comes this year, as far as I know.
I'd pick Resident Evil Village because, well, Resident Evil is more close to me than any other franchise on this list.
Yeah, and for me personally, yeah, you know me, I'm not the biggest Resident Evil fan.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on. Our winner was
Winner is Elden Ring.
yeah, because people know they heard about it, but now they want to have it. All right, moving on. Um, games
Let's
for
just keep it.
games for impact. Hä? So Spiritfarer, if found, tell me why. Kentucky Route Zero TV edition and Through the Darkest of Times. Okay, yeah, let's show some stuff here. It says I have it on my wish list, but I do have it in Game Pass. It's already installed, but I didn't play it yet. Um, it's a game that handles the topic of death So you're basically the ferry master for the dead, and you craft and build your ferry the way you want, basically. But you interact with those people who died, and you help them transition um, into the next world. Um, I I didn't play it yet, but I read a review, and even though death is not the most fun topic or anything, the way the game does it and talks about it and explains it and whatnot seems to be pretty good. So I'm looking forward to that. It's definitely something new. Um, if found, isn't that with those phones or something?
I'm not sure actually.
Um,
I've
it's a game about
I saw
going home, coming out, and erasing everything. Coming out, okay, then that might be a game that's more aimed for teenagers and young adults. It looks like some kind of point and click. Yeah, it's LGBT. So yeah, when it comes to impact, yeah, that kind of makes sense. Tell me why is an
a
adventure
lot
game.
more obscure that you basically can't understand the genre,
Um,
and this is one of them.
yeah, I would say it's an adventure game like this year. Like Tell Me Why, for example. This is from the developers of what was the other name also with life in its title? Life is Strange.
It's from Life is Strange developer.
I think so.
Just click on the developer.
Yeah, it's the same developer. Yeah. So, if you like Life is Strange, you might enjoy this as well. It's not related to the characters or anything, um, but as far as I know, the quality besides the graphical quality of the game, but the quality of the writing and the game is pretty good as far as I know. I mean, it's very positive as well.
I played Life is Strange to make me believe that the writing in this game is good. Yeah, it's basically should be a lot better than Life is Strange.
Yeah, I mean, they hopefully they're hopefully a developer um, that learns from past fails or things that were not
Let's
too
just
good or
say
anything.
that The Last of Us before Storm writing is much worse than original
I didn't
Life is
play
Strange. Freaking hell.
I didn't play either of both, mainly because of Square Enix is a piece of crap company and they
That's
screwed me
true.
over. So, but yeah, next, is that a new version, Kentucky Route Zero TV edition? Is that for the Switch or something?
Yeah,
Hmm. Um, yeah, I don't. Yeah, I need to continue the game, but Impact? Yeah, I don't know.
what's it about exactly?
Yeah, it's a mystical story where um you're on a road that's not normally used or there or something, and it's a bit like the Twilight Zone where
Oh,
you go your direction, but it's a bit weird and different. So yeah, here Kentucky Route Zero is a magical realist adventure game about a secret highway running through the caves beneath Kentucky and the mysterious folks who travel it. So it's a
uh,
mystery adventure game.
Like Interstate 60 episodes of the road.
Mm,
Well, it's the movie from 2002. 2001.
oh, that's not on Steam anymore? I know that game is not the highest quality, so I wouldn't compare them. Um,
No, I asked about the. It's like the movie Interstate 60 episodes of the road.
oh, um, yeah, kinda like that. But
Yeah,
where,
okay, interesting.
where the impact for that is, that I don't really see or understand. This game has to do with the Second World War, or before it starts, actually. So, yeah, for me personally, yeah. I see that. I see that. Um, for me personally, when it comes to impact, yeah, if Found is the only game that I really didn't know too much about it. Um, but I guess from the nominees, I would go with If Found, because in our times these days, might be a good idea to help young adults and teenagers to kind of find their way. And I don't know if it helps, but it has the topic of homosexuality and stuff like that integrated. So
Well, the question is how much is integrated and whatnot. Basically, let's just say that not every person who think that he's one way or another should go and butcher its body because of the feeling at this particular point of time.
how do I fit that metaphor in there? That's yeah, I know what you mean, but maybe wrong, wrong metaphor choice. But yeah, I have no idea. I didn't play it, so I really don't
Yeah,
know.
the same thing.
Um,
Uh,
but from knowing about the impact and what it means or meant through the darkest of time is definitely the game that has the hardest to swallow, I think, because of all the Nazi stuff and um, hunting
what the
Jews
movie
and stuff.
was.
So yeah, I think that's maybe, but that's also the least fun game of those, I think. It's definitely
Well,
the darkest game of those.
if we're going to talk about the Nazi regime and something like that, then there's basically old Polish movie Come and See.
Hmm.
Well, it's much more hardcore than anything that was in this game or any other games with
We're talking
any
about
kind of
games
genocide.
and not movies.
Yeah, I know. Still, if we're talking about impact of Nazi stuff, then yeah, we have first-hand experience of that.
Yeah,
We knew what to show.
I mean, there's a reason, or there was a reason why a lot of propaganda stuff was filmed in color while the world was still showing black and white.
Yeah, I know.
So yeah, but we had art direction earlier. This game has its own distinctive art style. That should have been in that category.
Yeah,
I mean,
true.
it. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of this style here, but it has its own style that works really well for the topic, and the colors are perfect for the topic as well. And yeah, this looks definitely like a game that should have been in that category, more than Ghost of Tsushima, which looks like any
Definitely.
other third-person action game. So,
Yeah, I think that either Spiritfarer or Through the Darkest of Time would be the better
mm,
choice as
yeah,
game for Impact. But we have Tell Me Why, Beats Me Why.
yeah. Tell me why one. Yeah, I don't know. What is the story about it?
I don't know. All I know is I played Life is Strange, and I need a lot of convincing
Oh,
to tell me
oh.
that it's
Okay, now I remember the story of Tell Me Why. Okay, after 10 years apart, twins Tyler and Allison reunite to sell their childhood home. They soon realize their past is not what they remember. So one of each, and I think it's him. So they were sisters, and they meet each other after years without any contact. So she did a sex change and is a guy now. That's why is there no LGBT tag there? That's
oh,
isn't that oh wait,
okay.
isn't that I think that was the story of that. Also supernatural bond, blah blah blah. Um wasn't that the thing I read about that game in a magazine? Oh, and it's okay, it's out fully now, but it was released in episodes.
Like
But
like previous games. Okay.
yeah, but in a short time. So end of August, the first one, the second beginning of September, and the last one a few days after. So basically in 2 weeks you got 3 episodes. So that's fine. That's
Yeah.
totally
Okay.
okay. Um,
It's definitely not Half-Life case.
nah, yeah, I think that's the catch in the game.
Well, this might be an interesting. What was that?
Yeah, yeah, that's
Mandela effect.
it's not mentioned in here for some reason, which I don't understand. But um, this year, this review, wow, such a powerful and unique story that addresses so many mental health and LGBT issues we too often ignore. So yeah, that's definitely what I read. So one of each is transsexual basically and decided to become a guy. So yeah, then this is a really good choice actually. This is exactly the topic of our time now. Transsexuality. That's just one of the main topics of the last few years. And if you watch
Again, the question how it's implemented.
I mean it's the main thing of the story. It's based around those twins and yeah, I mean if you think about you have a brother and for some reason you don't see each other for 20 years and you see your brother again and well it's your sister now. That would be a freaking huge topic in your life and that's the one of the main topics of this game. So yeah, yeah, totally makes sense. Yeah, it's definitely impactful. Seeing characters, I mean for somebody who has the same or who is in the same situation, that might be a pretty good thing to see and experience. I'm not, so I have no idea, but this is a game that's also in Game Pass and a game that I definitely want to play. Mostly
Yeah,
because
okay.
of Life is Strange, of the quality of it, but not because of the fact that I played it. But I want to play this for the story. So yeah, it's a good choice, I think. All right.
So the next one is best multiplayer game. We have Among Us, Animal Crossing New Horizons, Call of Duty Warzones, Fall Guys Ultimate Knockout, and Valorant.
The thing that I don't know. We had the community thing, we had the esport thing, we had another esport thing. Now we have multiplayer. Where's the? There is no best single player game, for example.
Spoiler, there will not be.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, some people, like me, for example, like to just start a game and play it without any fucking online network friend co-op bullshit. Just me and a game and my viewers. Watching me play a game that's meant for one person. Thank you, developers. So,
Thank you, A, for that crazy experience of Dead Space 3.
or the great single player experience of Cyber. It's fun. It's fun anyway. But yeah, this is a single player game. So I was really happy when I heard no multiplayer. I mean, yeah, in the future maybe, but the base game, no multiplayer, no online only or always on and shit like that. And I was like, ah, yeah, back to the good times where you just started a game,
Yeah,
played it without logging in and they worked. Yeah, good times. Today you start the game, might work, might not work. Oh, look, there's a new patch. Okay. Okay. Anyway, best multiplayer game. Um, yeah, I mean, I did play Among Us. I need to play it more. Uh, it's a fun game, but also kinda a niche game that doesn't work with everyone. Um, a
if
good,
we're talking about Among Us, then the game mode like in Among Us existed in Counter Strike and in TF2, Trouble
yeah,
in Terrorist Town.
and it came out 2019 because Among Us is a mobile game originally. So it came out on PC last year, but it's not a developed game from last year. It's an older game. Um, for me personally, a really good multiplayer game is a game that you can play with friends and alone against or with public players. Um, and in that case, Among Us fails. Sorry. This is a game that you
Games
play.
only Fall Guys can be qualified.
Fall Guys is not meant to be played with friends. You do have squads in there, but it's not really a team game per se because it's a battle royale. Um,
Yeah, that's true.
but it is a game that you can pick up and just have fun against anyone. Among Us, um, there's a lot with the voting included and talking and accusing and stuff. And I guess against
Just say text chat isn't the best, isn't the ideal way to do that.
yeah, that's the one thing. And when I think about some videos when you hear young kids in multiplayer games scream and seriously, i- now Among Us is a game that I would never ever play against publics. Never ever. It's if you have a few friends and you need more players to have more in the group, okay, that's different. But that's a game that I think is best experienced with friends because then you can mock yourself. And I mean, I was playing a few hours, a few rounds, and at one point I was accused every single fucking time, even though the freaking murder was killing somebody somewhere else, it was me. It was always me. It wasn't, but so yeah, that's something you play with friends. Animal Crossing, yeah, it has a huge multiplayer part, but it is isn't that a single player game with multiplayer
Mostly.
part? Yeah, so that's a multiplayer game is a game that for me that cannot be played alone. That's a multiplayer game. Phasmophobia, where's Phasmophobia in there, for example? That's something I personally don't understand. Valorant, yes, a multiplayer game, but how many people cared about that last year? There were exactly two or maybe three multiplayer games that were really in the news last year. That was Among Us, that was Fall Guys, and it was Call of Duty. Those were the multiplayer games last year that were in the news and in the talks, right? Or did I miss one? Nobody was
Not
talking.
really.
Nobody was talking
If you're
about.
talking about memes, then Among Us is definitely has a lot of those things.
Yeah, but Valorant. I don't remember much about Valorant last year. It was as much Valorant last year as it was Apex. It was there, but Among Us isn't the new game. Yeah, that's it. Valorant should be the winner here, but I think Animal Crossing has the most players. Ah, I mean, there are more multiplayer games out that came out last year and are fun. Like, um, was it, what was the name? Robotical or something? A Quake-like multiplayer shooter, free to play on Epic. Came out last year. Nobody talks about it. Um, yeah, nah, for me personally, uh, as yeah, number one for me personally would be Fall Guys. And then, even though I didn't play it, but I know it's better than the other Call of Duties, would be Call of Duty Warzone. That would be my second. But Among
I
Us,
wouldn't pick Call of Duty because it's Battle Royale, and I know that Fall Guys also Battle Royale, but could have the same symptoms as Fortnite, depending on where you're landing, depending on what loot you will pick up, and so on and so forth.
mm,
For me, it's just not fun.
yeah, and Animal Crossing is for me personally has nothing to do in that list. It has multiplayer components, but even Borderlands 3 would make more sense in that list for me. But it came out 2019, so it doesn't count. So
So
yeah, I mean I kind of understand it, but yeah, I have other another definition of what a multiplayer game is. A multiplayer game for me. But well, okay, moving on.
the winner is Among Us.
Yeah. All right. So best indie game. The nominees: Carry On, Fall Guys, Hades, Spelunky 2, and Spiritfarer. Is Spelunky 2 out already? Really?
Maybe.
Yeah, it is. I have it on my wish list. Yeah, it came out September. Okay. Yeah.
Personally, I don't have a game that I would pick as best indie game on that list.
Yeah, for me personally, from that list, without a question, Hades. The quality, yeah, without a question. Hades. I mean,
Personally, I would pick either Jet Lancer or Van Brace, Cold Soul.
okay, yeah, when we look outside of the nominees,
Mhm.
um, yeah, then it would, I guess, still be that because the other games are not released yet. So I play a lot of indie games over the year, but um, when it comes to still in development games, then it would be definitely RoboQuest. One of the best games that came out last year, and it's a ton of fun. Besides the fact that I translated it to German, but that's really, really a great game. Awesome performance, um, great updates. So yeah, but it was released into early access, so that doesn't really count. It's not finished, so it's not fully released. Um,
If you're talking about not fully released, I would pick Dwarf Fortress, but it's too much niche game.
mm, yeah, but
From this list, yeah, Hades.
yeah, and it won, so it makes sense. It definitely makes sense. All right, next category: best audio design. Doom Eternal, Ghost of Tsushima, Half-Life Alyx, Resident Evil 3 remake, right? Um,
Yeah,
yeah, well, no winner. Why is there no winner?
because uh,
Again,
like yeah, like
nobody.
the previous one, it's basically something that I refuse to recognize as the game, and it's basically the one particular game. It's always the same game.
I'm scared of Spelunky 2. The first one was hard enough. Yeah, yeah. I never finished the first one. It's just I enjoy it, I like it, but it's a pain in the ass game. Seriously. But I'm looking forward to Spelunky
Hey,
2, which will also be a pain in the ass.
so okay, best audio design definitely Doom.
Yeah, definitely. There's just the audio, everything, the music, the shots, the explosions, the ambient sounds. Yeah, Doom is just a great game in general. But the audio design, yeah, definitely. Holy shit! If you have a if you have a speaker set like I have, with not a teeny tiny subwoofer but a big one, holy shit! Yeah, definitely by far. I mean, Half-Life sounds great. Um, you have all that the stuff that you expect from a Half-Life game that you know from Half-Life 2 and all the combine and whatnot and all the weapons. That sounds 100% authentic Half-Life, but from the whole audio, how it pulls you into the game and keeps you in the game, yeah, it's definitely 100% Doom, no question, definitely. Yeah.
Well, we talked about audio already when we talked about music, so I think moving on.
Yep. Go ahead.
Best RPG: Final Fantasy VII Remake, Genshin Impact, Persona 4 Royal, Wastelands 3, Yakuza Like a Dragon. Why? Yakuza is a freaking action adventure franchise.
That's the reboot. Like a Dragon is a reboot. It's a restart of the Yakuza series with a completely new character. See, even though I never played the Yakuza series, actually I did play Kiwami, I think, or something. I have I have two Yakuza games, but again, from reading a review, yeah, I'm a gamer for life, so I read stuff. Um, I know about that game. Um, so it's basically, yeah, it is an RPG, and you do all those things that I rant about in Cyberpunk that I'm kind of missing, like small mini games and side stuff that you can do. Things like in Persona, for example, you have the same. You can go to a cafe, you can meet your friends, you can play something there, you can do something there. Totally not related or not needed for the game itself or to continue with the story or anything, just stupid side things that you can just lose 10 minutes in and then move on. Like playing tennis in GTA. I like to take GTA as an example for a lot of games. And Yakuza Like a Dragon is a bit like that. Um,
Yeah, I already googled the gameplay. I saw the standard random encounters and stuff like that.
yeah,
Okay,
so,
it's definitely a JRPG.
yeah, it reminds me a bit of Shenmue, for example. But yeah,
Nothing can be as tedious as Shenmue.
in this category, um,
There's only one Western RPG, Wastelands 3. Anything else is Asian
yeah,
RPGs.
besides that, but I I mean, Genshin Impact is a free-to-play game. I mean,
Yeah,
it made millions. Oh, holy shit! I I saw a documentary about that. In the first month or so, they made over 300 million bucks with that game.
because they make a freaking game for a mobile device. They made a game, not a not just a fucking gotcha. They made a game.
Yeah, but it's out on PC. Isn't that out on
Yeah,
PC as well?
PC and consoles,
I need to
but
play it
it's
because
mostly a mobile device, even though that it's has bad control for mobile.
I need to play it because first it's free, second it's kind of hack and slash, and then I often hear the comparison between Breath of the Wild and Genshin Impact. So and it's
Yeah,
free and it has anime girls.
uh,
I don't care for that, but I know some people who care for that. So yeah, in that case, I don't even know what I would choose.
Persona 5. Even though I never played it, I played previous Personas. I know what I expect from Atlas. I played a lot of different games, not just from Persona series. And yeah, for me, it's Atlas. So basically, yeah, Persona 5 Royale.
Yeah, I watched streams of Persona 5. Um, yeah, it looks fun and cool. Um, yeah, I have no idea. I guess I would go with Final Fantasy in that case, maybe, but mostly because yeah, I don't know. It's but RPG when you see yeah, the only real RPG when you see it from an old school point of view is Wasteland.
Well, if you look at the old school point of view, like Fallout and something like that.
Yeah, where you have your character sheet and your stats and all that kind of stuff. Inventory is important and things. So yeah, it's definitely the most old school of those.
Yeah, definitely.
And the others are all third person basically. Yeah. Okay, moving on.
Isometric is still third person.
Winner is yeah, it is, but yeah,
Winner is Final Fantasy 7.
well, third person means even if you turn around, you will see your character from behind. You have to move the
Details.
camera to see yourself from the front. In an isometric game, it doesn't change because it's isometric. It's the character that changes around. So at one point, it might not be third person anymore. Anyway, yeah, Final Fantasy 1, and we are moving on to best simulation strategy game. Crusader Kings 3, Desperados 3, Gears Tactics, no, 1, uh, Microsoft Flight Simulator, and XCOM Chimera Squad. Is that an add-on? Or is it a...
It's a standalone.
Oh, okay.
Only one simulator and four strategy games.
Yep.
The fuck?
The category is simulation and strategy.
Yeah, I
Um,
know.
no, I just told Zapolot. Um, yeah, the thing for me is with the games they integrated in there, that category doesn't make any sense for me anymore. So
I
is
think
it?
that they put Microsoft Flight Simulator in just because it didn't fit anywhere else, and there ain't a lot of simulation games.
Yeah, but mixing simulation games with real-time strategy, it does not make any sense anywhere. That category as it stands like that does not make any sense at all.
Especially the winner.
I mean, yeah, the winner makes sense in the simulation category, but not in a strategy
Not
category.
in strategy.
Not at all. I mean, you cannot mix that. It's like um, best sports slash platformer game.
Questionable, but yeah,
Yeah,
it's really strange.
would be there would be one game that would fit better, or yeah, one game that would fit Rocket League, for example. Yeah, okay, yeah, yeah. But simulation strategy, that does not make any sense for me. Zero. Um, yeah, no, not really. But yeah, okay. The winner is the only simulator in there, Microsoft Flight Simulator, and um, I think it's in Game Pass. I'm not sure. I think it's in Game Pass.
Might be.
When I find my freaking flight stick, I'm gonna try it because it looks just fucking amazing. It's one of the best looking games out there at the moment. It's at parts it's photorealistic. The data the game uses is just insane. And seriously, some I saw screenshots where you cannot tell what is the real picture and what is out of this game. So in five,
Couple of games that can claim the same fame,
in
including Red Dead 2.
yeah, they don't have to claim it. I saw it with my own eyes. It's I don't care for claims what a developer is saying like on their Steam page. Oh, the best blah blah blah. Like, oh, we have the best crowd simulation system in any open world game. Um, no. I like to see stuff with my own eyes and get my own proof. So, yeah, it looks. I mean, it can look like shit as well because if you have a bad internet connection, streaming the terabytes of data that you kinda look at, but you don't have it installed because it's huge. Um, I saw somebody stream and the low quality tiles were not streamed fully, so um, parts were really looking great. Next part was missing buildings and looked like I don't know 8K texture, first 8K and then you had 640 480. That's basically how it looked. It just didn't load it, but it was at the beginning, so I think they patched it out already. Um, hey Croco, welcome, welcome.
Hey, Croco.
Flight Simulator seems to be really good. Yep, you will have to use strategy in every simulation though. Yeah,
It's more like the
yeah,
actions that you use, not like strategy, but
sure you.
let's say by the book. You should start the engine, you should check the weather, and so on and so forth. It's not like
Yeah,
if I'll move there, will be completely fucked. If I'm not move at all, I'll be completely fucked by the group right behind me.
yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, sure, you have to plan the gas and stuff that you or the kerosene that you get get to the airport and stuff, but yeah, that's a category you cannot mix. That doesn't make any sense. Or
The
make
best
it, or make
strategy
it,
was
make it more clear. If you integrate stuff like, I mean, yeah, the flight simulator does not make any sense in there. I mean,
at
simulation,
all.
sure, Crusader Kings, you simulate um, medieval troops, for example, desperados. You simulate,
Simulate.
yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, yeah. You plan those fights, and then it's happening. Um, and the same desperados. It's a strategy and a simulation game because that one character can do more than the other, and yeah, you simulate their different characteristics. Like you have that sharpshooter, yeah, you don't go in a close quarter uh, fight with a freaking sharpshooter with a sniper rifle and stuff. So stuff is simulated there as well. Gears Tactics, yeah, yeah, it's also a simulation game. Yeah, also tactical game. They should have called that maybe best tactical slash strategy game and not integrate Microsoft Flight Simulator. Anyway, Flight Simulator 1 and we are moving on. You forgot about physics though. Yeah, true, but yeah, it just doesn't fit in strategy. Go ahead.
Choice. I think it was a Twitter poll or something like that. I'm not sure. Doom Eternal, Ghost of Tsushima, Hades, Marvel Spider-Man Miles Morales. That's it.
Yeah, I'm kinda surprised that in the player's choice, what was that game almost nobody played last year? Fall Guys? That isn't in the player's choice? I'm kinda surprised. Or
Also, no Among Us in this category as well.
or Last of Us. I know a lot of people hated it, but
Ahem.
yeah, but still a lot of people also kinda yeah. So
It's
yeah.
in there.
My personal it is okay. So yeah, my personal choice. It's kind of hard. I mean, Hades is a great game. Doom is a great game. What game did I enjoy the most? Yeah, that's the thing with released games. Because I enjoyed Satisfactory a lot, but that is not fully released. It's still in early access. So released games. Hmm. What would be your choice? That is not on the list.
Player's choice. Uh, it's really hard with those games, especially in this year.
Yeah, I play so many games. It doesn't make it easier for me.
It's not like that. It's not easy for me. It's mostly like I either played something not from this year or
Hmm.
I completely forgot it was released in this year.
Yeah,
Uh, so I'll go with Doom.
yeah. I think that fits the most for me as well. Yeah, I need to play it more, but yeah, like Zapolot said, yeah, Doom. It's always Doom. It's just, I mean, I have so long memories of that, and still remember when we were playing in local network with 4 people because that was the maximum, and if we were unlucky, only 3 could play because one always crashed the PC, and that was always fun because when something didn't work, we we all were screaming his name, and oh, that was freaking fun. The very first Doom in LAN, and a friend of mine we were playing in the company of his parents basically, and he was the one sitting in the basement because he had the biggest speakers and speakers like hi-fi speakers, not like PC speakers. No, no, huge speakers. So they were under his desk, and holy shit, you could hear his freaking shotgun up in the top floor. It was insane. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? And I was dead and I wanted to check it out and I didn't know it. I was there playing the first time. And I went down in the basement and I didn't know where it was, but I could hear it. And I was standing next to him and he had it so loud as if he was shooting with a real shotgun in that room. Holy shit. And the bass and all. I mean, it didn't have the quality of audio like Doom today, but still, holy fuck. That was insane. So yeah, Doom. Yeah, I think Doom. I need to play it more and again. But yeah,
The
uh,
winner is Ghost of Tsushima.
yeah, I understand it as well. A ton of people played it. I mean, it's a console game, so that's we cannot get it. But yeah, a lot of people play on consoles, so and it's a game from Japan. Yeah, kinda kinda hard to beat. Croco, by the way, I cannot use Discord at the moment. That guy over there is in Discord, and if I open anything else in Discord, that shows and not Lothar anymore. So later. All right. So,
Ah,
oh, you can simulate being a goat and still get awards. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Goat Simulator is the game
let's
that
just
made bugs and
I wouldn't
glitches
call
contents.
I wouldn't call Ghost Simulator the most realistic ghost simulation.
Not remotely. All right, moving on. Best fighting game. Um, uh,
Grand Blue Fantasy Versus, Mortal Kombat 11 Ultimate, Street Fighter 5 Champion Edition, One Punch Man, A Hero Nobody Knows, Under Night in Burst.
so yeah, thanks for reading because there was a little bit more text in there, and Lothar realized that I'm not sure what to do now. Okay, so yeah, well, Mortal Kombat is on PC. Street Fighter 5 was a shit show on PC as far as I remember.
Well,
Grand
at the release, Championship looks like ain't that bad.
Yeah, but that's what I remember Street Fighter 5 for on PC for not
Yeah,
being good. So Grand Blue Fantasy versus PlayStation, I guess. Never heard of that.
maybe.
Um,
It's definitely a Japanese fighting.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I would
One
have
Punch
guessed it.
Man and Under Night in Burst also on Steam.
Is it on Steam?
Yeah,
Oh, really?
I checked.
That name, One Punch Man.
Well, it makes sense in manga.
Yeah. Why did I directly get the feeling they're kinda close to copyright infringement with that character, for example? Or
Uh,
is that actually made after is there a manga One Punch Man? Because I have no idea.
yeah,
Ah, okay. Well then,
it,
never heard of
well, it's
it.
based on that character. It's exactly the same character.
Yeah.
And the problem is with One Punch Man as a fighting. Yeah, he's basically a One Punch Man. One punch is more than enough to destroy everything. Absolutely everything. I have no idea how they balanced it. Yeah, you can see this in trailer. One punch shot.
Yeah. Uh, I mean, this 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 sequence here and the look on his face. I'm super. You're boring me. Poof.
He
Wow.
basically so much powerful that he has no thrill of combat anymore. He can finish every fight in one hit.
Wow. I've never been less interested in a game than in this. Just from this trailer. Like,
Well,
nah.
Flash, it
Okay,
has heroic action and recognizable name.
that title. Okay, Japanese game, right?
Yeah.
What? In birth?
Yep. Under Night in Birth.
Thank God they didn't use a German name or German word in there as well because they really love German in Japan and it often makes zero sense. Oh, sometimes their titles. Oh,
It's like a lot of people using Japanese hieroglyphics when they have no idea what they mean,
yeah,
especially in tattoos.
like this title. Yeah, German words. It makes no sense. Yeah, Freudenstachel. I mean, first, that's not really a term, but it basically would translate to make it direct to penis, I guess, because um,
Japanese game.
Freude is pleasure and Stachel is like um, a stinger, from a bee or something like that. So the pleasure stinger or something. And Rosenkreuzstilette? What? So Rosenkreuz? Yeah, okay, that's kinda used, but Stilette is a type of a shoe. It does not make any sense. Yeah, what the fuck? Thank you, Zapolot. It's when Germans read shit like that, it's like, what the fuck? And at GDQ, they there was one German speedrunner and the rest only international. And then they made them say this title. Even when the German said the title, I was like, oh, this is just wrong. Don't. Japanese, please, don't. You can't. Just, no, don't.
Speaking about Japanese don't, you can't, is basically when they use Russian names as well. They love to use Russian names, but they have no idea what those names uh, actually means. For example, they like to give a girl name a masculine name. There is a name that has a origin like, well, basically name in originals should sound like Mikhail, so it has feminine variant in original, but in Russian language this name only masculine. So when you can see the girl with the name Mikhail, it's basically a masculine name.
Star Trek Discovery. The name of the main character is Michael. She's a female.
No, it's definitely Russian naming that they used in the game,
And
so it's not in the way when you can read it as Michael. It's basically in a way that you can read it only as Russian name,
yeah, but
Misha
that
Mikhail.
that doesn't matter. Michael or Michael in German, yeah, no woman would be called Michael or Michael here. In English, it also doesn't make sense for me personally because that's a male name. But in Italy, for example, Maria is a totally regular guy name. Yeah,
Italy is weird.
for the whole planet, it's a freaking female name. But the same Akira. What would you think is Akira a male or a female name?
It's Japan, it can be both way.
Could be both ways. For me personally, just because of the movie, it I would never come up with a female as being Akira. Akira is a guy for me. It's the name
Again,
of the
it's
main
Japan, they have
protagonist.
a little bit.
Yeah, so and when we had a dog in our place, I was sure it's a guy. Oh yeah, she. I was like, huh? She? Why? Uh, it's Akira. Yeah. What? And we have another Akira now. Also female. What? Okay, yeah, it's Japanese, so it could be all, but for Japanese, it might not be possible for all. You know what I mean? So in your country, it might be that direction, but in another country, it doesn't matter because it's
Yeah,
just used
I get it.
for the sound of it. Because sometimes um, a name in that one language and in one country wouldn't be a problem, but the same term in another language would be an insult or whatever. So, like,
Hey, best fighting game, Mortal Kombat
like,
11, even
like
though that
one example for one thing, fanny, for example, is the English term for the female genital, but it's also a name in Austria for women, for example. So when one guy had to talk about a ski star from Austria winning something, he was losing it because her name is Fanny Smöller, which basically sounds like, yeah, smelly pussy in English. So he just lost it. He completely lost it. But in Austria, nobody would care. I mean, it's just a German name, but so yeah, it's weird. Anyway, moving
uh,
forward.
one more thing. Kroka, in Russian, when it's called, it's not Yuri, it's Yuri. Yuri.
So,
So
uh,
yeah, even though it's written kind of the same way, in Russia the name is pronounced a lot more different.
yeah, yeah. Let me read this here quick. There was a couple that got married day before my wife and I did. Both parties were named Michael for a mixed gender couple. Okay. Yuri is a female name in Japan, but male in Russia. Elan's child has a
Yeah,
robot's name.
that's what I referenced.
Who cares anymore? Yeah, exactly. There's Penn Jillette, for example, is not a fan of the fact that in the United States you normally have a first, a middle, and a last name. So since basically nobody freaking cares for the second name, um, his daughter is called Street Fighter. Moxie Street Fighter Gillette is the name of his of his daughter. Just to do that to the system. And his son, what was the name of his son? His son also has something completely weird. I don't know. But Street Fighter, I will never forget that. Her name is Street Fighter.
It's like writing in your doctoral work, and this part I will make out of the wood because nobody will read till this part.
Uh,
Okay, but innovation in accessibility.
wait, Mortal Kombat 1, by the way. By the
Yeah,
way.
I said it.
Yeah, okay, you said it. Would have been my choice in that case as well, because, yeah. Alright, go ahead.
Innovation in accessibility. You know, the thing is with innovation and accessibility, they didn't actually show what those games did to help people with disabilities.
Um, yeah, kinda makes sense to have a category about accessibility and not showing off the differences between the games. Totally legit, right?
Definitely. One game was shown for colorblind mod. I'm not kidding you. Grounded was shown for who knows why. Hyperdot was shown for eye tracker, I think. Assassin's Creed Valhalla was shown for who knows what. Watch Dogs Legions was shown for who knows what.
Okay, so accessibility can mean a lot. Um, can mean um, a lot of different ways to interact with the game, meaning regular keyboard, mouse, gamepad, um, wheel, joystick, whatever. Could be one part. Um, could be related to audio cues. So a blind person or visually impaired person can get all the texts, like the voiceover. You have text to speech, for example, for texts. You have that in some games. So as soon as you open a text, it is read to you. Um, Same with how good can you read the subtitles, for example? Are they too fast? Are they too big, too small, or whatnot? Colorblind mode is something important these days. So accessibility can have tons of different things. So I know grounded. I know there are a lot of accessibility functions in there. I know somebody who played it and he can only see about 20 or 30%. It needs to be that close to the monitor. He played that, but he plays a lot of games and is crazy in games. Um, Hyperdot, is that?
Mm, as far as I saw, the gameplay is dot avoiding
Y-
other dots
Yeah,
or something like
I
that.
know the game, but accessibility, yeah, okay. If that has an eye tracker, well, that's interesting then. Um, okay, and the colors and forms are distinctive enough to, even if you would have color problems, um, I mean, this is a game that would work in black and white as well, I think, just from the forms and stuff.
Yeah, might be.
I think I even have that from the last Humble bundle, so. Oh yeah, I think it was in the last Humble Choice bundle. Interesting. um, the government put a crimp on the robo name, forced them to change it. Really? What was the name? Was that a number or some stupid shit? Yeah, Watch Dogs and Assassin's Creed might be related to text to speech or something like that. I don't really know.
Yeah,
So
that's the problem. They show that those games have innovation and accessibility, but they didn't show the example of this innovation and accessibility. Again, colorblind mode is fucking innovation.
yeah, I
I'm
mean,
just confused.
what would you what what else do you want to expect? If you think about it, the only innovation in accessibility that is possible is a neural plug where you connect your brain with a computer.
I
Anything,
don't have this category as innovation accessibility.
innovation doesn't mean making something new. It means making something
Making it better than it was before.
exactly. So they must have done something. Um, Again, might be text to speech, which is a thing in a lot of games now. Um, and I do know that you already had a shit ton of accessibility options in Assassin's Creed Origins. I remember that wait, I'm not sure. I think I have it installed. I'm not sure if I have it installed. I can actually check because it's same series. I think that actually impressed me. Sometimes, I mean, I check every option in games to see what they do and or what they offer you as option, not exactly what they do. Sometimes I check the colorblind mode, but I'm not colorblind, so I cannot tell how good they work. But seeing all the colors um, and then seeing a colorblind mode for red, blue, green, for example, it looks completely different. So, I mean, obviously it should, but no, I don't have it installed, so cannot check. But as far as I remember, there are a lot of different things that you can change when it comes to accessibility, audio-wise and visually. And I guess that yeah, since Assassin's Creed and Watch Dogs are both from Ubisoft, when they did it in one game good already and got good
Mm,
feedback,
They maybe basically just put it from one game to another.
exactly, and optimize it from one game to another. Um,
Yeah,
so I know that some developers work together with um, blind people or otherwise impacted people who have issues playing games. Microsoft, for example, developed a special controller for people with disabilities. Awesome controller, costs $99, but has a ton of stuff from huge touch buttons and it's really a great thing that is customizable and all. So meant for people who cannot hold a controller for a long time or have other issues with their hands, for example. So yeah, great stuff. Um,
yeah. I'm not saying that it's bad stuff, but the problem is, why didn't they show the
yeah,
reason
that's
why did one of the other game on this list?
did they at least explain something about it?
Yeah, my comment is the only explanation that that was given, basically.
What this
Make it more widespread for every category of gamers, from disabled to just idiots who can't hold the controllers.
mm, yeah, so no idea. So yeah, hard for me to have any opinion or idea about that. Um,
I'll just say Hyperdot because of Art Tracker.
does it have an eye tracker?
I'm not sure. The moment of gameplay that they show
Ah,
it was basically a paralyzed person
it, this
controlling the game.
this is one of the things that I meant earlier. Supported controllers, standard gamepad, Xbox, PS4, Joy-Cons, Switch Pro controller, Steam controller, etc. Xbox Adaptive controller, which is the controller I just talked about, and accessories, mouse, keyboard, eye tracking, tilt, touch, Yeah, that's accessibility times 10 compared to most developers. Just the support of the Xbox Adaptive Controller makes this game accessible for people with disabilities. So, yeah, this would be my choice already. Easy, because this is a game that is not. This is already hard to play, but giving everybody the choice or the chance to play this game, yeah, this would be my choice. It also looks pretty cool. I like the style. I like the style of it. Mostly because of that screenshot here of this level. The lighting and style of this
Yeah, kinda
picture
good.
looks just awesome. This, yeah, looks like hyper. What was the name? Hyper dot something. Hypercharge was hypercharge? No, I don't know. Anyway, moving on. There's not much to move on, right? Oh,
Uh,
yeah, okay.
not really. I think it was like one, two,
Yeah, best
three, four
best
categories.
best mobile game.
Among Us. Can get why Among Us is the best mobile game, but it's from 2019. So
Yeah.
Genshin Impact it is.
What were the nominees? Among Us, Genshin Impact.
Among Us, Genshin Impact, and some sort of not really games.
Ah, okay. Yeah, weird. Cringe for what? But
Yeah,
yeah,
maybe
Among
Among Us.
Among Us is a 2019 game, yeah. So weird. Anyway, we're PC gamers. I don't care for fucking mobile games. So moving on. Content creator of the year. Triton. Never mind. Um,
Yeah, okay, I'm waiting for that one.
it's a me. Yeah, that would be nice. No, not really. There are tons of other creators who do much more actually actually content creation. I'm just sitting
And
here.
as I get it, it was only Twitch streamers. Twitch was a general partner with this category, and fragments that was shown, it was fragments from the streams.
That explains a bit, yeah. Okay, so content creator of the year, Elena Pierce. I think I I think she is in Cyberpunk. I'm I'm not fully sure, but I think that name kind of rings a bell. I have to check that here real quick. Okay, so Elena Pierce, Nick Merckx, J.N. Lopez, Tim the Tim the Tatman, and yeah, you wrote it right,
Oh,
and Valkyrie. So yeah, you got that one right. I know him actually. Know him.
isn't they made two really ugly arts for first two content creators, and the last three had actually not so bad and good arts associated with them. But the first two one was it was so unbelievably bad.
Yeah, I don't know. He's a nice guy and all, but mostly he's too loud for me.
I basically can't
He's
comment on any of those.
he's too much. Ah! And then nah. I mean, I rage as
Your mic
well.
just spiked, and I didn't hear a lot of it.
I spiked.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was just. Wait a second. What is going on? Why am I? Hello? Uh, I'm kind of too loud my on my stream PC for some reason. Hmm. Anyway, yeah, he's just screaming, and when he's raging, when he's losing in, I don't know, Fall Guys or something like that, and hitting his desk and shit like that. I mean, I like to rage as well, but um, I mean, rage doesn't need volume. I like to piss off people when I get in a discussion or an argument with somebody who is screaming at me. The louder somebody else screams, the lower my voice gets. And at the end, I might get loud as well when I say, hey, okay, until this, okay, it's enough now. But normally I'm really calm. If I want to piss off somebody, then I get even calmer because when I'm in rage and somebody is really calm and yeah, okay, okay, I know that pisses me off as well. So I'm doing the same exactly in the other direction. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, but I I think she is in that in Cyberpunk. They really showed just a few seconds here. I mean, and the best part is the art completely is over her freaking face. Seriously, this is
No, I told you it's ugly.
yeah. Whoever made that, sorry, I should have your job because and I'm not even a video editor. But yeah, cuts off her half of her face, shows a bit of gameplay. That's it. So I mean, who comes up with 1/4 of the screen being graphics? Doesn't make any sense. So yeah, but I think she was in that video.
Again, I can't comment on
I
that
know
category.
I know who she was. Did you play the mission where you get your old car, the red one in Cyberpunk?
Oh, what do you mean an old car?
Your old car,
Default car?
the very first car you started. No, wait, you're not a nomad, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay. As a
I
nomad,
had the different mission.
yeah, as a nomad, you start with a car, and sometime in the game, somewhere in the game, you can find that again, and you talk to somebody, and that's her, as far as I know.
Okay. Yeah, I know only about a Russian YouTuber and the game. Likeness and the voice. Likeness is on the billboard and the voice in the mission from
That is
from
actually that character, but I think that's not the YouTuber or the streamer. Yeah, Kojima, we know that. I still didn't see him.
you
That's
wouldn't see him anymore. He was in Rasaka Tower in the bar.
okay. And maybe I saw him and I missed it. I don't know.
When I
So
heard about it, I was like, damn it.
yeah, that's not the influencer, and that's yeah, that is her, isn't it? Yeah, Elena Pierce. Yeah, that's her. That's the one who won the Creator of the Year award. Oh wait, I'm in the wrong scene here again.
Creator of the year actually Valkyrie.
Shit. So the whole video that I showed earlier wasn't showing, right?
Yeah,
Ah, great. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, so
I
that's
had no idea what you checked.
yeah. I was showing the creators, but yeah, she's the one who won the Creator of the Year award. That's her in the game.
No, creator of the year is Valkyrie.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Now she's not in the game. Yeah, well, that's just the name that I kind of remembered. I know two of that list. The one just from the game, not even with her name, and the other one because it's really loud. And Valkyrie is, I think she's a cosplayer in cosplayer. Is she a cosplayer or just a streamer?
I think streamer. I tried to find several people with cosplay. I
Among
didn't
Us.
find a lot.
Among Us. 2.8 million subs. That's not bad.
Let's just say Honored mention PewDiePie.
Only Among Us, basically,
Wait, what?
lately. Yeah. I mean, other stuff as well, but the last 4 months, basically just Among Us. Really awesome thumbnails. Definitely.
You can think about Fortnite thumbnails.
Yeah, I don't care. I'm on her page right now, and that's what I see. And the quality of the thumbnails on her page are next level. Definitely, definitely next level. There is somebody making a ton of money for creating thumbnails for her.
Yeah.
Definitely. They're absolutely next level. Just from the top 3 lines when you go to her videos, yeah, just for that, definitely yeah, fits the content creator of the year. Yeah, totally. Great thumbnails. Awesome. Impressive. Yeah.
How it looked like Linkaro's thumbnails.
Hmm?
Yeah, Channel Awesome.
Hmm.
At least one of those who used to be with Channel Awesome.
But yeah, great, great stuff. Oh, she's the okay, I actually saw that. Um oh what's her full name? Cortez, the politician from the United States. She was playing Among Us against Valkyrie, the congresswoman. It was, and it's really fun. That's exactly this year. That's why I was like, huh, America? Yeah.
Wait, are you serious?
And she was playing against her. Yeah, I remember that now. Yeah. So yeah, that was pretty fun. It's also fun to see a politician just play a game and have fun, and even more when it's a play like that, being an imposter or not, or killing people and stuff. And no, it wasn't me. It was him. So yeah.
And we have two last nominations.
Wait, we had that already. Oh no, that
No?
was art direction. Okay,
Yeah.
so best game direction: Final Fantasy VII Remake, Half-Life Alyx, Ghost of Tsushima, and Hades. Um, game direction, like directing movie like direction, or I mean, game direction can mean a lot.
Look like it's well, basically look at Kojima and be like, that way.
All right, let's see. We had the nominees already earlier. Half. I didn't show Half-Life.
Yeah, you didn't. So best game direction. Well, it's definitely all of those stuff together. So from visual perspective, interactivity, and so on and so forth, including story elements.
Uh,
It's kind of hard to judge, you know.
I also okay. If hmm, if it has to do with cutscenes or story stuff related to in-game characters and things like that, if Cyber Cyberpunk would have been out, that would by far be outplaying all of the games in that list.
Yes,
Um,
definitely.
but since I didn't play most of the games, I mean, the story, the voiceover, and that stuff is awesome in Hades. But I don't know. It's a 2D game. Yeah, I don't know. I think for me personally, I think it's harder and more impressive to have 3D models in a game and make them believable when it comes to acting. I don't expect from a comic character, to have real like mimic or something like that. So Hades for me is totally lost in that category. For me personally.
Final
Um,
Fantasy VII Remake.
yeah, I didn't play enough of that.
Well, since Final Fantasy X, Square Enix can make really good shots, really great panorama, interesting looking, well, interesting looking characters, and basically, even though I didn't play a remake of Final Fantasy VII, I can surely say that Final Fantasy VII inherited all of those stuffs from Final Fantasy X, Final Fantasy XIII, and Final Fantasy XV. So yeah, if we're talking about cutscenes and character interactions, so basically Final Fantasy VII should be above those who listed in this list here.
Yeah, for me, I mean, Half-Life Alyx, what I played in the 3 hours was nice and cool and all. Yeah, I don't really know. I cannot judge in that category. I don't know the others enough, so the game
Again,
that I personally would have chosen, but it doesn't count. It was released too late, but when it comes to directing the characters and actors for the cutscenes, for example, and the stories overall, Cyberpunk is definitely the new standard. Every other game needs to take, or will have to take, the writing and voiceover and acting, motion capture, all that is a next on a next level in Cyberpunk. There's just no other game at the moment that is on that level when it comes to writing and stuff. They
yeah, that's
definitely
true.
know what they do when it comes to stories. Since The Witcher, if you have conversations with NPCs and cutscenes and stuff, they're just awesome. It's not Almost every quest has something memorable to it. It's not like, yeah, get me 10 wolves, even though you might have something like that, but it doesn't feel like those collect quests like you have in World of Warcraft on every next corner or something like that. So that would have been my choice if it could be a choice, since it wasn't released while the full year. It was at the end basically and unfinished. So all right, moving on. Last category. Go ahead.
Game of the year: Final Fantasy VII Remake, Doom Eternal, Ghost of Tsushima, Hades, Animal Crossing: The New Horizons. Again, for the most part, Cyberpunk could get this category.
No, no, no,
Well,
no,
not technically.
no, no, no. In general, as one package, no, absolutely 100%. Not even not even remotely close to seeing the Game of the Year award anywhere. Cyberpunk is so far away it cannot even see that it means Game of the Year award. Ah, no. Writing and acting and story is important, But if the rest is shit, the game is shit. It's just if a car looks like pure gold, like the best imaginable car, and you put a freaking 10 horsepower engine in there that makes it run 5 kilometers per hour, it is a shit car. It doesn't matter how good it looks. Same like put the best engine you can build on this planet and put it in the worst rusty, broken down, sorry, Lada that you can find, and then yeah, you wonder why the motor is going ahead with the axles and the front wheels, but the rest is still there. Yeah, nice motor, but the rest was shit. So, no, Cyberpunk is so far away from Game of the Year like no other game. Even Borderlands 3 is closer to Game of the Year award than Cyberpunk. Trust me.
You
And
know,
that game is shit.
in classic Russian literature, there is a novel named "The Hero of Our Time." So, well, basically, the story is the hero of our time. That's basically shown you the depiction of a man that by the plot depiction of a man that
Good.
most common at this time at this time period, and this man wasn't really. Let's just say that this person wasn't really nice, but he was basically the hero of our time, the hero of that particular time.
Mm,
So, as far as I know, as far as I can think right now, that cyberpunk is definitely one of the good additions for that. It polished in one area, it's completely broken. In other area, it will be finished with updates for the next months or years. So yeah, basically broken promises, overworked stuff, and so like yeah, this is the hero of our time.
yeah, Cyberpunk is just yeah, me and Cyberpunk. I cannot. I still cannot decide on it. It has so much to like and so much to hate. It's
Yeah.
and if you see my clip channel where you have to scroll up for a minute or so to get to the start of my clips, I made more clips for Cyberpunk than for all other games of the last few years combined. And I'm playing this game just since a few days, weeks, whatever. So, seriously, I mean, I often have situations where I think, oh, I should clip that, and then I forget about it because I don't clip it in the VOD or something, or nobody's around to clip it. But this game, I never paused any game. No, all the games I ever streamed, and I streamed hundreds of games, I cannot combine at least half of the clips that I made for Cyberpunk in the last 2 weeks. Yesterday I did 10. In the 14-hour stream a few days ago, I made 28 clips. One game, one stream, 28 clips, and that I never managed that in any other game before. Never ever. Can't. It's the worst game in existence at the moment. There is no other game that is. Oh my god, that's why it spikes so much. Fucking Windows.
Yeah, and that's basically why I want to name it the game of the year. It's not pretty at the time. It's definitely good in one direction. And as I said, whole this development story is a shit show from overwork staff to death threats and so on and so forth.
Yeah, but you have to take everything into account. And yeah, when it comes to that, um, for me, again, I didn't play Ghost of
Basically,
Tsushima, so
yeah, okay. For me, it's like basically put it on a wall, like game of the year, and with all those problems, right, left and right in front. So people would remember that gaming this year's became like this.
yeah, this game definitely made history for all the wrong reasons. But hopefully will be um, motivation and um, warning for upcoming developers not to release a shit show like that again, because
And
you,
not released too early, no matter the pressure.
yeah, yeah, that's uh, for RoboQuest, for example, the developer were posting something like, yeah, uh, we try to push updates in the regular way and blah 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 blah. And not just me, but others also told them, hey, don't rush. What you have so far is awesome. Every update was great. Take your time. There is no need for rush. There's content. The content that is there works awesome. The performance is better than a ton of released AAA titles. So don't rush. The basis is good. You show that you want to, you do update, you do patch, but don't rush. Release it later but finished, and don't pull a CD project. That's what people will tell you in the future. If you're not supposed to fail, don't pull a CDPR, and everybody will know what. Or don't pull a cyberpunk. If that will be a term in the future, trust me, for not
I
failing,
can see that.
that could become not just a meme but a thing. Like, hey, don't pull that. Like, you know that, hey, give me a Kleenex. There might not
Yeah,
even be Kleenex in your country, but you know it's a paper towel to clean your nose or whatever. So
well,
it's
we
the same.
basically have a xerocopy
Yeah, we have
from
Tempo.
Xerox.
We have Tempo. It's the company here in Germany. So you say, hey, give me a Tempo, and everybody knows you need a paper towel to sneeze your nose, even though it's the expensive brand. So most people buy the cheap brand, but say, hey, give me a Tempo. So that's the same shit. And yeah, so don't pull a cyberpunk. I'm gonna use that from now on. Everybody will know what I mean. Hey, don't be a cyberpunk. That's also enough for not being. Don't be an ass. Don't be an asshole. Will be, hey, don't be a cyberpunk. I make that a thing now. Hashtag don't be a cyberpunk. At real
Well,
Donald
when
Trump.
it comes to story and presentation, you definitely should be like Cyberpunk.
Yeah, but yeah,
Ah,
a lot of
so
people are
yeah,
like cyberpunk. Nice facade, but when you look closer, it's just the outside, and the inside is just. Don't be a cyberpunk. Okay, so game of the year from the choices in there, since I did not play Ghost of Tsushima, but I can see that that could be a really great game when it comes to that. For me personally, from released games, yeah, from that list, yeah, would be Doom number one and Hades number two. I enjoyed them both, but just from a quality point of view, when you see what they managed and what performance they managed to get out of the id engine that is used in Doom Eternal, that's just the next level. That engine is so insane. I have it maxed out on the absolute maximum that is possible in the game, and it runs with 75 plus FPS in a 21 by 9 resolution. That's just epic. I get some frame drops when I have 30 or whatnot enemies on the screen, but you feel that on other systems as well. But just from a technical point of view, from the audio, the graphics, and the evolution of the demons from the last part to this, yeah, it's definitely Doom, definitely. But it's also
I,
a,
I see Doom Eternal a little bit in different light. It became more arcadey than Doom 2016. Monsters are a lot more different from Doom 2016. They more represent of classic monsters from Doom. So yeah, as evolution from Doom 2016 to Eternal, I don't see it as a good successor. Even though then Doom Eternal is not a bad game, like successor to Doom 2016, it's definitely lost some things.
yeah, I know what most people don't like too much, and yeah, that's also the part that I don't enjoy too much sometimes in the game. Too much platforming.
It's definitely better than in Doom 2016.
Yeah, so far it's more, and with the climbing capability you have, that you can climb on certain walls.
Yeah, I know, and as I'm
They could
saying,
have just they could have just put a freaking ladder on the same spot. Yeah, seriously,
it's not that badass.
I mean,
So yeah, I'm not saying that there is that it's not getting tiresome, but it's definitely a lot better than in Doom 2016.
yeah, yeah, better, but if uh, I don't know, if I want, see, that was the same thing with Wolfenstein, for example, when I played that.
Hmm.
I wanted to have what I understand under Wolfenstein. That means guns, Nazis, pang. Um, the second mission I had to do was sneaking, stealthy, with two pipes that I could stick together, and I could hit the mechanical robot enemies on the back. Dong dong! That guy didn't even turn around because he didn't even feel that. So I was so annoyed, I rage deinstalled it because I wanted to shoot freaking Nazis and not sneak around freaking super robots that I have no idea how to take down. In the trailer, I saw that you might be able to take them down. Game didn't tell me, so I didn't care. Um, in Doom, in Doom, I expect one thing: a shotgun
Should think.
and freaking demons where I can shoot their head and whatever off and make it go boom. And if I want to play a platform, I play Super Mario. So it fits in the game, but it should not even be in the game. Not more than it was in the remake or the reboot in 2016. The jump, the double jump, okay, yeah, that's fine. And climbing up on ledges was already more than we could do in the past. But having all those swinging mechanics where you need to use your velocity to get over stuff and boost in that direction, and
It's definitely a lot more practical in combat when you're using all those movements just by muscle memory and avoiding everything that flies at you.
yeah, I need to play it more. I only have 3 or 4 or 5 hours or so in the game, but I already know or feel or understand why people are annoyed about the platforming in a Doom game. It should not. I mean, yeah, you have platforming in every shooter. I mean, you have to jump over a gap or slide under something. It's okay every now and then, but it's a really huge part in Doom Eternal now. Every part that I played needed exactly that. Either in a boss fight or fighting against more enemies that you use different platforms and swing, come back and stuff like that, or for puzzles. But it could be less. Yeah, I see that. It could be less. It's a tiny bit too much platforming.
Okay, so for you, pick of the game of the year, it would be Doomas, I guess.
Yeah. So who won?
Yeah, you know who won. Everybody who watched that show know who's won. Well, if we're picking from this list, it's basically, yeah, I will say Doom as well, but mm, I'm mostly already thinking that stuff like buggy, broken mess with undelivered promises should be named games of the year, so people would look like and say, why are we even paying for this? Why are
Uh,
we pre-ordering this stuff?
uh, yeah. Nah, that's not where a game should be Game of the Year. Game of the Year should be for everything, but not releasing a buggy piece of crap.
Well, maybe people will become more wary and
If you know me, if
start actually think about pre-ordering stuff and expectations, especially when we have so much examples that you should not believe marketing campaign.
when you would give Cyberpunk in the state it is now a Game of the Year award, no developer would fucking care for their release anymore.
They care now.
Most developers care. I say
They have
most
most.
because not
Yeah,
all,
okay.
but most developers care. Um, and nobody ever cared less than CD Projekt. Not one AAA
Blizzard.
company ever failed harder with a release than that. And I know people might see that differently, but if I can clip 200 different bugs and glitches in one single game, that game is fucking broken. Some people might be lucky and have almost no bugs, but if one person like me alone gets pretty much every single bug that you can imagine and more than that, I've seen things in that game that I never saw in any other game break before. I've seen stuff that I know from other games and might be related to a certain engine or something. But the shit show that I get from Cyberpunk's engine is on a completely new level. Not one Unity
So
engine was worse than what we get now. I mean, at least when you knew what you can do with the Unity engine, but this engine is really powerful. It can look really great, but it has so much stuff in it, apparently, that it cannot work fully. It's impossible. It's like you try to put three motors into one car and wonder why they're not driving in sync or why they're not running in sync. It's possible to drive a car with two motors. I know people did that, but it's a pain in the ass to get that synced with everything because one thing is out of sync and shit goes down, and in Cyberpunk half of the shit is not in sync, so half of the shit is going down all the time. And you will
yeah,
see
I know what
because I
you're
will
talking about.
stream it later. But yeah, it's getting really late for you, right?
Yeah,
Should we
and
do
it's
should we do the quick recap of the Steam Awards, or should we start the next podcast with that?
I just said the next one. It's already 4 hour stream.
Yeah, exactly. I did not expect it to be that long.
Same.
I need a break. I need to pee. I'm hungry, and yeah. So yeah, we're gonna do that the next
I
time.
use this thing to make my back hurt less.
Ah, okay. I only saw the half of the face because I have you cut off, so you're not showing completely. So there we go. Hey, that's the regular pillow. As long as you're not bringing in the big ones, the
I
side
don't
sleep,
have one.
the side sleeper pillow.
Open for suggestions.
All right. So yeah, I think I'm gonna eat first and come back online after that because I'm really hungry. I need some in my system. So we're
And
gonna
I
end.
have work tomorrow,
Yeah, me too. I'm
already today.
not looking forward to that because that will be annoying. But all right.
Oh yeah,
And
also, Merry Christmas
oh yeah,
for Orthodox Christians.
Merry Christmas, Dota. I should do that with my dad actually. He's Orthodox as well. Huh. It was never really a topic with different Christmases. Or Christmas was always on Christmas, on regular Christmas. Yeah, for me
Well, yeah, for
personally,
me it's a regular Christmas.
these days you get freaking Christmas cookies and stuff in September. So my mood for that time in the year is dead for years already and dies even as sooner as I can buy the stuff in summer that's normally sold in winter. And now, at this time now, if I want to buy that stuff, I don't get it anymore. The stuff that I want to eat now, I cannot get anymore here, but I could buy it in summer when I don't want to have it. Um, wait, what is? Don't know the English term
Uh,
for that.
Romania has Christmas the same day as Catholic Church.
Yeah, but my dad is Roman Orthodox.
Yeah, they have Ortho Romanian Orthodox Church has it the same day as Catholic. We changed our calendar. That's why we
Ah,
celebrate it in January. So if he would be Ukrainian or Belarusian or something like that, yeah, that would be fitting.
okay. And it's Roman, like like Italy, Rome, not Romanian. It's Roman.
Roman.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's not related to the country directly. All right. Well, that was fun. Over 4 hours. I did not expect that. So
Getting longer.
yeah, as always, Lothar, thanks for doing all the preparation and hanging out with me, talking about stuff. And famous last words, as always.
Fuck Epic, buy your games on GOG.
I think I can record it and just play it the next time with a button or so. We should make that a command. Hashtag Lothar. Fuck that. Fuck Epic. Buy it on GOG. All right. Yeah, Lothar. You have a good night. Enjoy work. And
I'm not. Day after tomorrow will be 2 days as well.
yeah, it's weekend for me as well. I'm not working with the dogs, so only have to do a bit of stuff tomorrow and then it's weekend. So yeah. All right, Lothar,
Okay.
I'm gonna kick you out of the voice now. So you have a good one. Bye, Lothar.
Bye, everyone.
All right, well, that concludes number 17 of our Digital Homicide discussional stream podcast thingy. Name might be changed. I think we say that since this is the second year already where we say that. Um, Actually, the third year we are doing this because we're doing this since 1.5 years. So, but yeah, depending how you see that. Anyway, I will be back in, I guess, about 45 minutes to an hour or so. Surprise, surprise, I'm gonna play more Cyberpunk. Um, so yeah, if you want to see that, please come back. Um, Also hit that follow and notification button in the top corner, or depending where you look now, it's in the bottom. Twitch is weird. It's I don't know. All right. Anyway, that being said, thanks for hanging out and time zone appropriate greetings, everybody. Have a good one. Bye.